members of Scopa, representative from the Portfolio Committee of Education, Honorable Dr. Selani, who is here representing the Portfolio Chairperson, Meng Kakareng Rahwale, who is also having other commitments. There's a team from DHET in the province, so our Portfolio Committee members are with them, and we are happy that they were able to release Dr. Selani to be with us, because this is also a very important organ for oversight. We are also acknowledging our councillors from invited municipalities, legislature staff, and the staff from political parties, all viewers on the media platforms. Good morning. Today we are meeting the Department of Education to account on the use of public funds. And then they appear to the Public Accounts Committee as mandated, as the Scopa is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, 2A and B, which is giving the legislature, the provincial legislatures, the responsibility to establish mechanisms to ensure that all the departments and the provincial entities or the state entities account on how they spend the public funds, and the Scopa is there to ensure that they account for each and every cent that they spend, for each and every target that they've set in their APPs, and how they have achieved. And if they've not achieved those targets, they must be able to tell the public what are the challenges and how are they going to mitigate those challenges to ensure that the public or our people of Limpopo get the service that they deserve. We are saying, MEC, thanks for accepting our invite and coming with your team to come and talk to the people of Limpopo and account and tell them how are you doing in terms of providing the service, because indeed it's very critical that they receive the service that they were promised in the Constitution and in other regulations and other documents within the Republic that indicates that they must, the public must be service. So without any waste of time, just want to continue, and before maybe we go to other issues, MEC, we also want to congratulate the Department of Education, you and your team, for an improved grade 12 results, 2025 matric results. We are happy, and is a very fair progress. You know, sometimes when you climb the ladder, you must go step by step. You increase by one, next it will be by two, and then ultimately, because we believe that the system has stabilized, indeed it's possible that we can even increase by more than 5. We have seen that indeed we have got that capacity, and we are looking forward to that more than 90% in the 2026 matric results. And Chairperson, we believe that indeed the department has that capacity, because it has dedicated personnel from assistant teacher to the HOD to make sure that our education the quality of education improves in the province and improves in terms of quantity and quality, because all these variables are very critical that we see them improving. But we are just so disturbed at MEC on what was supposed to be a super start on the first day was affected by the floods, which we know that the education is more affected because some of the schools have been affected and you have to go back and deal with the repairs and all those things. But learners were not able to report to school on the first day. Others started to go after 3 days, others after 8 days. But we believe that because we have got dedicated teachers, they will find a way of ensuring that they make a catch-up programs to take those learners through so that they are on par with others. But the other important thing, MEC, is that we want to applaud you and your team for an improved audit outcome. You have been on the qualified for more than 10 years, as I was counting. And you worked very hard because I believe that it did not just come automatic. There was deliberate move towards an unqualified audit. And we really applaud you for those efforts and ultimately reaching somewhere. But we know that our ultimate goal is to go to the clean audit. So it means that you must not relax and say, for 10 years we have been on unqualified, now we are on unqualified, then we relax. No, that is not where we want you to be. We want you to have clean audit because it will be assuring us that you are able now to master the issue of rents and cents. You are complying, because once you comply consciously, it will say to you, even in terms of targets and other service delivery issues, automatically they will be dealt with. Some of these things, they just come one after the other. But if you don't move, it also affects the operations on the ground. So it affects a lot of things. But once you have moved from qualified to unqualified, we believe that indeed you have got the potential to reach the clean audit. And we don't have to wait for 10 years for you to go to a clean audit. That 10 years must not be the case. We want you to be on clean audit now. So without any waste of time, I want to welcome all of you to this public hearing. We are going to deal with the financial year 2024-2025. As I've indicated, the department is going to account to the Public Account Committee and to you public members of our province, so that you know how how the money allocated to the department is used. So MEC, just want to confirm on the documents that we have received, if you have any knowledge of them, because I saw that you have signed. So just want to confirm together with the HOD, and we want to welcome the HOD officially, because it's for the first time that he appears with the team education to Scopa. And we believe that you were properly briefed on issues, because you are going to account for even issues that happened in 2014 when you were not even here. So we hope that because you work as a team, you are properly briefed and you are welcome. This is a Scopa Limpopo. You've been working with the team education, and we believe that indeed you are going to assist the team to improve their audit outcome and service delivery. So MEC, can you confirm if indeed you...
Good morning, Chairperson. I am Mabungule Ramakanya, MEC for Education. I confirm that I am aware of the document.
Thank you very much. And as we are going to continue with the program, item number 3 is on introductions. We are going to introduce ourselves individually, but as and when during the session we speak for the benefit of the members or our people who are viewing on other platforms, so that they must not guess who is speaking. Every time when you speak, you must just reintroduce yourself. If you are going to speak 10 times, it means you are going to introduce yourself 10 times. Please don't forget, I don't have to remind you, I don't have to interrupt you to say, introduce yourself. So let's remember that we have to introduce ourselves for record purpose as well. And I'm just wanting to say, there are people who are having many names. When that you have 5 names, and when you start, you give us all your 5 names. It's fine, if you give them all of them, you must be consistent until we finish giving us all of them as they appear. So just be consistent. So thank you very much. Like I was indicating, please introduce yourself as and when you are going to speak during the session. But now we will have formal introductions as item number 3, and we'll start with honorable members of the public accounts. Starting with myself, I'm Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa, and we'll start with Honorable Smile.
Good morning, Honorable MEC and your team. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of the Scopa committee.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings, honorable members. Greetings, Team Education. My name is Thabo Maboja, and I'm a member of this committee.
Greetings, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable MEC and your team, my colleagues. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, member of the Scopa.
Greetings all and sundry. My name is Machete Pace, member of this committee.
My name is Matubani Jamsutoma, a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Honorable Fritz Scopa, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Chairperson, the MEC, and your entourage. My name or my initials is CBG, and my surname is Salah. Academically, in the university, they normally require the public to call me doctor. However, I'm representing the Department of, not department, but the portfolio of education in this particular commission.
Legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Mkari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Martin Troshi. I'm the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jewish Linda. I'm the researcher.
Tabela, Nina Nakatiki, committee coordinator.
Can you stand up so that we all see?
Morning, my name is Edma Mabodo, Legal Services.
Good morning, my name is Scopa, I'm the researcher for the Committee on Education.
My name is Lucian Senao, researcher for PhD.
Morning, Maurana Chizebe Communication Services.
Good morning, Carol Solana Communication Services.
Okay, Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, everyone. Carol Carolina. I am the Engagement Manager on the audit for AGSA.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mokgadi Liputu, AGSA.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, MEC. My name is Karin Grubier. I'm the Stakeholder Manager in the AG.
Provincial Treasurer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Tigeledi Tembisa, the acting PAG for Provincial Treasurer.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Stroto, Provincial Treasurer of the State Oversight Subcommittee.
Thank you very much. Can we allow our councillors to introduce themselves?
Good morning. My name is Koyeto Mama Sako. I'm a member from the district municipality. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, our Honorable MEC and Honorable members. I am Councillor Mashwesho Hudson, Scopa District Municipality and Head Chair.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Maredi Mangala, MP for Scopa.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Gift Mariera. I'm the MPEC researcher for Scopa District Municipality.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Radimwana Mabale Release from Fitakomuti Basi, MPEC Chair.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone in the House. My name is Narun Serrani, MPEC researcher, Fitakomuti Basi Municipality.
And in the House, my name is Freddy Mutwena, and we lead the MPEC committee at Fitakomuti Basi Municipality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. 3.5, MEC and your team.
Naturally, Chairperson, the honorable members of the committee for Scopa, colleagues in the legislature. Let me also take this time and greet the AG team from Provincial Treasury, also the team from the legislature, being led by the coordinator. I am Mabungu Lehule Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Honorable MEC. Let me stand on the protocol established by MEC. My name is Mabungu Sushibe. I'm the HOD for the project. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorables and Honorable MEC. My name is Yvonne Matavata, the CFO. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Martin Mashala, DDG for Corporate Management.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Calvin Molongwana, DDG for Governance.
Good morning. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, and our Honorable MEC. My name is Sakani Helani, Executive Support, Department of Education, Limpopo.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable members, and the House at large. My name is Isaac Mahlangu, Executive Support in the Office of the MEC, Limpopo Department of Education. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope we know each other now, but a special thanks to the municipality who are here to say indeed MEC we invited them so that we start to have a link because we are in the province, all of us, we account to one a premier. So we must just share these practices, and we hope that even the municipalities themselves at one stage when they are conducting their own hearings, they may invite us so that we also see what good are you doing, because sharing of the good practices, it must be both ways. We're really looking forward for your invitation next time when you are also doing your own public hearings. So without any waste of time, we are on number 3.6 on apologies. From our honorable members, we have the following apologies. We have an apology from Honorable Majomane, Honorable Mapoulo, and Honorable Nampumpuluni, who is on sick leave, but in the previous hearing we had Honorable Maringa who substituted him, but unfortunately Honorable Maringa is also on the team here education with the DHEAD right now, as they yesterday they were in Univen. I don't know where to do, but for the whole week it means it seems that they are engaged. So these are the three apologies that we are having. Otherwise, 7 of our members, we are here. We are 10 in number, so we have got the 3 apologies. All of them are due to ill health, so we hope that they will be well, and then they come and join us very soon. And I want to check with you, MEC, if from your team, is everybody who is supposed to be here?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Moving to item number 4, MEC, I just want to comment before I let your team to present. You know, and I told you that, you know, when team education is not doing well, it has me more than any other person, and for obvious reason. I'm not happy. At first, I thought your things are fine, but as I went through the file, especially file number 3, I don't know if you were tired when we were compiling that file. There is no alignment in terms of pages and what you refer to. Your table of contents is just messed up. You find that you say, for example, the SIU report, you say is on 110, it is on 112. The one that you say is 112 is 140. Such mistakes that can be easily detected. I just detected just when I opened it, when I tried to look at the SIU report, because that is one thing that I wanted to check first in the file, and I found that it is not there. Secondly, there is and we are assuming that you are just compliance, malicious compliance, in terms of including some of the documents. If you include a document that is so faint that you can't even you are, the person who put it could not read that particular document. It's just to say something is there because we said there must be a paper, something. So these they may seem to be small, but they are very serious. So I'm raising them because they need to be corrected. And if you do the very same mistakes with the file, when you are going to compile your annual financial statement, there are these very small mistakes that you can commit that will result in the misstatement and all those things. So if you are improving, let's be perfect. And the question is that I believe there must be the first person who compiled the file, but there must be someone who is also verifying the file. And there must be a team of big people, directors, HOD, MEC, in one room, briefing each other. And they were not able to detect this. So these very small things that can cost you an audit outcome. That is why I said we don't have to take 10 years to get to a thin audit, like we took 10 years to go to obtain unqualified audit. So let's fix these small things. We don't want to struggle as we prepare, and maybe just to be forced to establish a pattern in the file. The audit, I mean the table of contents must be enough to guide us. So please let's take care of all those things. And already MEC, there will be a recommendation or not. Who is responsible? And please note that. What action did you take with regard to this file? On top of those which we are going to send you, then there are these two questions. Who is responsible and which action did you take to ensure that this does not repeat itself? So, honorable members, we are on item number 4, and we are going to start with question 1 to ask a question on which were raised by us for the department to respond on question 1. Can I get a volunteer? Yes, Honorable Smile.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Question 1 is within file 1. It deals with the 10-year audit outcome from 2015 to 16 to 24-25 financial years. Deals also with House resolution status. Executive authority, the committee has noted that the Department of Education has not yet implemented some of the House resolutions from 2015-16 to 23-24 financial years. A, provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. B, why did the executing authority fail to implement some of the House resolutions for all these years? I think that's one.
Okay. Those are the questions for question 1, MEC. Can you please take us through your responses?
Thank you, Chair and honorable members and all in attendance. My name is Mabunguleru Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. Through your indulgence, Chairperson, I'm going to request that the HOD leads us into replying to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Yeah. In terms of my name, once again, Chair, it's Maropen Sishibe, the HOD for the department. Our response in terms of question 1, it's on file number 1. The page at the top, it's 003, if members have located the page. And we are giving a breakdown in a summary format of how we have responded to the House resolutions. And if I were to proceed, Honorable Chair, let me indicate that starting with the House resolutions from 2015-2016 financial year, there were a total of 11 House resolutions, and 11 of them have been resolved. In terms of the financial year 2016-2017, there were 13 House resolutions, And in terms of what we have been able to resolve is 100% thereof, which means all 13 House resolutions were addressed. In terms of the financial year 2017-2018, there were 15 House resolutions and 13 of them have been resolved, which means we are left with only 2. And those particular 2 are listed underneath as 1, achievement of the planned targets, and then 2 as section 100 investigations. Those are the only 2 that remained unresolved in the financial year 2017-2018. In terms of 2018-2019 financial year, there were a total of 9 House resolutions, and all 9 House resolutions were resolved, Honorable Chair. In 2019-2020 financial year, there were 12 House resolutions, and out of the 12, 10 were resolved, and it is only 2 that were not resolved, and they are listed underneath on that page. 1 as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the second one being achievement of planned targets. If you go overly, in terms of the financial year 2020-2021, there was a total of 11 House resolutions, and out of the 11, 9 were resolved, 2 were unresolved, and the 2 are also listed below, which is 1, stagnant in the audit outcome, 2, litigations. In terms of the subsequent year 2021-2022, there were 9 House resolutions, and out of the 9, 5 were resolved, 4 remained unresolved, and the 4 are listed underneath. 1 is underspending on conditional grants, 2 is investigations, 3 is remunerative work outside the public service, and the last one, which is the 4th one, is lifestyle audits. In the financial year 2022-2023, Honorable Chair, there were 7 House resolutions, and what we are indicating is that all the 7 were not resolved, and in the financial year 2023-2024, there was a total of 7 as well, and the 7 remain pending. I think what we need to note in respect of the last 2 financial years, we're indicating that Scopa resolutions relating to the financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 financial years have not yet been submitted to Treasury, but progress has been given in this regard. In terms of subsection B of question 1, our response to that question is investigations into unwanted expenditure are ongoing. Implementation progress has been reported to the Audit Committee, to Treasury, and the Portfolio Committee on Education. The 3rd quarter report will be submitted to Treasury in the 4th quarter, and Scopa resolutions for 2023, 2023 and 2024 were received only in December 2025, and they are contained in Annexure A of file number 2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the, that was quick. I was still expecting more. Is that all, MC?
Thank you, Chair. That was question number 1.
All right. Members?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll take question 2. My name is Thabo Mabota. Oh, questions?
On question 1.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Chairperson, just with reference to question 2, and also with the outstanding issues, achievement of planned targets and investigations. Honourable MEC, a short question is: Are you following up on all of those matters with your, let's call it, with your Chapter 9 institutions in full? If it's yes, then I would ask, did you then receive a comprehensive report in that regard? And do you believe if, let's say for instance, from a disciplinary process, because we talk about accountability, and accountability will follow with the discussions coming forward. Do you believe that if any member of your senior team receives a DC outcome or a warning letter for key targets not being achieved, do you think it's done across the board so? I will make my arguments later pending your answer on this one, Chairperson. Chairperson, if you may, because pending the answer on a simple yes or no on the questions, I will have immediate follow-up because I don't want to anticipate the MEC's question here. But I would like to have a straight yes or no on some of the questions, and then we will deal with the follow-up.
MEC, can you be able to answer that?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Mabungule Ramakanya, MEC for Education. Maybe we can seek clarity in terms of the question for follow-up, if it's in relation to the investigations, because I think the Honourable Member is talking to Chapter 9 issues that are being raised with the department, just for clarity so that then we can locate it to the relevant branch. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, in short, especially related to the SIUs. Let me rephrase my question. Did you, on that, did you receive a report from the SIU, or did you follow up with the SIU with reference to the Section 100 the Section 100 investigations report? I am saying this, MEC, we before these hearings commenced earlier this year, this committee had a session with the SIU in the Hawks. It was made, and it was our understanding that Section 100 was dealt with the SIU office in Victoria, and that report has been concluded. So hence, because it's an outstanding matter, I would very much, and we don't see any attachments towards this effect. My clear understanding is trying to understand where are we on the status quo then on that specific outcome.
Thank you so much, Chair.
There was a hand from Honourable Mantata Ujuli. Chair, Dr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's engage you in a sparapara. With your guidance, Honourable Chair, you will just stop me if I'm out of context. Chair, issues of investigation and disciplinary process. From my experiences that I know that Department of Tenancy, Honourable MEC, where a person continuously appears to have transgressed the law, to have committed irregular, unwanted, and even wasteful expenditure. This particular official is known all over And as a result, the department, for example, they've got a situation where they do not disclose the name of that person who is implicated in terms of irregular expenditure. Then this is the time for us to implement as requested by the Auditor General. And what happened is that in normal instance, like it happened in various departments, they just write a written warning. And at some point, when I was used to sit in this kind of meeting, I regarded those letters as love letters, because these persons or people have seriously transgressed the law, and as a result, the department is not doing anything insofar as disciplinary conduct is concerned. And in our view, we thought that at some point it appears as if these officials in the department, they protect one another, because this person has appeared to have transgressed the law, and it will require appropriate action to be taken against these officials. And this official, in actual fact, has committed more of similar offenses. And the only thing that the department is doing is to issue what we call that letter to say, it's a warning. There were many warnings against these officials, Honorable Chairperson. And my worry is that we must be seen to follow the money, because these people, in actual fact, in one way or the other, it means that they benefited irregularly so. And as a result, an action needs to be taken against them. But the department, not only this department, but they fall under. And there is this kind of delay which is happening in this whole situation. Because if an official, there are processes which need to be taken to ensure that the department does not fall into a loss. In cases where the department loses cases on the basis that they delayed to take action against a particular official. So it's a state of Hollywood where they just enjoy, because they know that there is nothing that the legislature or the portfolio committee can do insofar as so. And the expectation of the public so far is that they want to see our public, the people outside there are very much worried, because right now we are not taking action. They want to see a situation where that particular official being exposed. What they want to see a situation where that official is known to the public, and on top of that, Honorable Chair, a tendency where they know that they've committed crime in this Department of Education. They run away to go to the Department of Economic Development because they know that they can be shielded in one or the other. So, something should be done, Honorable MEC, where these people, if for example, some of the honorable members here before they raised that some of the names of these officials that we are talking about, HOD, they are not appearing. They are not appearing to say no. It's for example, there is Mr. Malachi there. Most of the problem of infrastructure is there. If it's Malachi, Mr. Malachi, it should be indicated to say it's Mr. Malachi who did this and that. And that's why in actual fact we've got a serious problem. But I open believe, Honorable ABC, that in the process of resolving what the AG want, let's try by all means that we take those appropriate actions. That must be published. There is no need for us to interfere, because what we do, we follow the money. And if you have utilized the money properly, there is no problem, because you did that in order to deliver what we call service to our people. But we cannot, Honorable Chairperson, allow a situation when money is being sent. Every now and then, the AG raised matters of 2014. Those matters were supposed to be resolved. If there are problems, Treasury is there. Let's try by all to consult with Treasury and find what we call an amicable solution to resolve those matters. I don't think, Honorable Chairperson, we must sit in a situation when we are still talking about matters of 2014, whereas there are critical issues of 2025 which need to be attended to. I think I'll just pause there to allow other members to advise on. Thank you.
Honorable Scopa, Honorable Subotoma, Honorable Machete, Honorable Mawucha, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful for the members of this committee. Chair, mine is on the statement audit outcomes. I think the AG correctly outlines in their report that the stagnant audit outcome severely impacts service delivery, but then it also affects the planning for future services. The AG also raised concerns around the audit evidence that the department is able to support the achievements for certain indicators that are in their report. I wanted to check if the department is really concerned that they are unable to give enough documentation, supporting documentation to the AG, and how are they working around that issue? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Swotoma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members here, MEC. My question is based on a report of the AG AXA on page 5. It goes to say an amount of 800,000 has been recommended for the write-off by the investigators because the officials, responsible officials are no longer in the employ of the department. That raises a very serious question to say, maybe if you can explain this in the layman's language, because my understanding is that somebody misappropriates the funds, or I cannot say they steal, but the money just disappears and then they dodge. Like my colleague has indicated, something similar to this one. So we know the people where they are, then they just decided, maybe it's pre-planned that let's expropriate this money and then dodge. So the department is doing nothing about it. If there is anything else, then this department can tell us what is it that they're doing and how far they are with their implementation of the plan to recover these monies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think let's concentrate on question 1 so that we go question by question. We may not be confused going forward. So let's concentrate on the resolutions, because question 1 is about the implementation of resolutions. Honorable Machete.
No, thanks. My name is Machete Percy.
And maybe, Honorable Machete, you please speak louder, because you will note that these mics are not for, we can't hear you louder.
My name is Machete Percy. I just want to check on page 2, which would ultimately lead to the submission of the very same resolution to Treasury. Perhaps to be specific, when do you think matters that are not resolved would be able to find expression for them to be resolved?
The AG, the department is not stagnant in terms of its audit findings. There is some movement. It moved from qualified and reconciling records with implementing agents. That's according to the AG. So I'm just worried that since this is an interim measure, I also want to speak on the issue performed in the Office of the Premier. However, somewhere in this file, there is a correspondence from the head of the SIU availing his services to the department. And that letter, the good thing is that it was dated not so long. It's not an old letter. So now I'm just confused as to which one would take precedent over the other. Are you going to wait for the Premier? Because we know that that process, your lifestyle audit in the Office of the Premier is stuck. There's no movement. But at least this side, SIU is saying they are willing to second people to your office. So I just want to know which one is going to take precedent over the other. And then, Chair, my last question will be on the litigation. What are the nature of litigations within your department? Because these litigations, we know that the challenges that the department would come to defend themselves with would be that they tried their level best and then they were disappointed by the state attorney. But then on the other side, public funds are being squandered because once you are not successful in defending your own case, there will be money that has to be paid. So we want to know, or are there measures in place? Because they, like colleagues have said, we have met with various interested parties because we know departments always apportion blame to people who are not before us. But the money is with you. So there are limitations in terms of the state attorney, and there was an admission in that regard from there. So we want to know, with those limitations within state attorney, are there plans in place, or we must just keep on acknowledging that year in, year out, we will keep on losing money? You know, this money litigation, we are not even budgeting it. So are we going to keep on losing money because of this limitation, or are there plans in place to ensure that the departments, whenever they've got cases, they defend their cases to the latter until the bitter end? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. In fact, I was a bit confused because after the department has presented, I felt it can't be all for question one. And now I was able to get where we are supposed to go. Because we are saying in 2023 and 2022-2023, we have got 100% land resolved. 2023-2024 also 100%, we have not resolved anything. But in the second file, you have, even though they have not resolved, but there is somewhere where you are. That is what we want to hear. That is what we want to hear. As much as they are not resolved, completely resolved, but where are you with regard to this one? I'm sure those of us talk about then you'll know where you are going. So you have to take us through all this resolution. Now, where are you in terms of implementing the resolution? And honorable members, sorry, those questions, I hope they are noted. As and when they are going through, they must be able to answer all these questions and give you such information that you requested. Honorable Smile, do you want to know what Sawe is?
No, let's see if they answer my questions. Otherwise, I will come back again.
No, it's fine. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, Honorable MEC. Yes, we know, but there's no a total resolve of them. But take us through what is in this file, because you are indicating with this resolution it's not resolved, but we are on 1, 2, 3. On the next resolve, we are not. It has not yet been resolved, but we are on 1, 2, 3. And I think in the process it will also be answering the questions. So on the other hand, on B, you are indicating that the third quarter report was not. The third quarter report will be submitted to Treasury in the fourth quarter. Scopa solution for 2022-2023 were received in December 2025. Is it true? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Sushibe is my surname, the HOD. May I request the CFO to come in first in terms of the status report of 2023-2024 financial year. Through you, Chair.
My name is Yvonne Matavata. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC. In file 2, on page 48, we have indicated the progress on unresolved matters. Honorable Chair, I'm just going to read the way it is, because it's not the same as the previous one that the HOD has read. The House resolution here indicate that House resolution and statement in the audit resolution outcome. Then the action, the committee recommends that the executing authority must table a progress report in the House of the implementation of House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2021-22. The committee further recommends that the executive authority must develop an implementable turnaround plan to address all the issues caused the department to be stagnant by 31 July 2025. Then the progress, the executive authority sought assistance from the Office of the Premier. This is in regard to those issues that are still stagnant or which are not resolved. The department moved from qualified to unqualified status after implementing the 2023-24 audit action plan. Then the MEC wrote to OTP to assist with the action. So here we are indicating the attachment, but when we go to the index, it indicates where those annexures are, on which pages. Then on page 429, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure of 3341-933 as required by section 38(1)(c) Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1. The committee further recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for incurring irregular expenditure for the current year to the tune of 19729,000. Further, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for awarding contracts to bidders who did not score the highest points in the evaluation process as required by the law. The committee further recommends that the executing authority must put steps to clear irregular expenditure amounting to 191,729,00 as required by Section 38 of the PFMA. The committee recommends that the executing authority must put in place measures to prevent the recurring of the irregular expenditure. Then I'm giving the progress to date. Irregular determination was completed, and where approval was granted, the register were updated, and we refer to the reports attached, which will indicate the prior period error and where the irregular were removed after Treasury has given that. Then preventative measures. Internal control now sits in bid committees as observers on a risk basis to prevent non-compliance issues. Refer to the procurement risk assessment attached. On the risk assessment attached, because Treasury indicated that the department, the internal control can sit in all the bids, but they should actually do the risk assessment. And under the annexures, we have indicated the risk assessment that internal control has performed and where the risk is high, it's where they will sit in the bid committees. Then on page 431, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the committee recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to take steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure to 5400 as required by Section 38 1C Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the executive authority investigate how the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The committee further recommends that the executing authority must ensure recovery of fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 279,000 from responsible officials. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the executive authority must put in place measures to prevent this anomaly from recurring. Then the progress. The accounting officer wrote to official requesting representation in 2023-24. The executing authority wrote to the accounting officer, referred to responses by the accounting officer attached. Then on page 432, immovable capital assets, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for understating immovable tangible assets by 1766426. The committee further recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to classify the immovable asset under Chapter 11 of Modified Cash Standard Capital Asset. Here we indicated that the department moved from qualified to unqualified status after implementing the 2023-24 audit action plan. Then number 5, achievement of plan targets. The committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to produce evidence to the AG to support the achievement of 73.5%, which was reported against the target of 60% to the percentage of learners with access to required e-file textbooks in grade 9, 6 and 9. The committee further recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to produce evidence to AG regarding the actual achievement of early childhood development and infrastructure development respectively. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the executing authority must put in place measures to prevent the anomaly from recurring. Then the progress development of action plan. All program managers are submitting progress supported by MOVs. Planning verifies the achievement to ensure that there are no findings. Action against responsible officials. On the PPM 202 teacher absenteeism rate, the teacher absenteeism rate was caused by sick leave and family responsible leave. Then for PPM 213, percentage of allocated textbook retrieved from learners. Guidelines on textbook retrieval was drafted and distributed to schools, and the schools were trained and supported on compliance thereto. Number of cohesion program implemented in schools. The underachievement was due to budget constraints that the department was experiencing. Then PPM 505, number of schools provided with grade R outdoor equipment. The underachievement was due to the bidders not bidding per specification, which led to a delay in awarding the bid. Then for PPM 601, 603, 605, 607, 608, 609, and 610, the underachievement was due to budget constraints and not the official's fault. Then for 701, 703, 705, the underachievement was due to shortage of educators in mathematics and science and not the fault of officials. Then number 6, material irregularity. The committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting official for failing to calculate and withhold employees' tax relating to leave gratuity paid to employees appoint retirement for period August 2009 to August 2015 tax period. The committee further recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for using incorrect allowance code for leave gratuity payments not being taxed. The committee further recommends that the executing authority must put in place measures to prevent a recurring of this anomaly. The investigation on the material irregularity was concluded. The amount was written off, referred to SARS report and the financial misconduct board reports, which are under the annexure. Then tables and item 7, table of the progress report on house resolution. The committee recommends that the executing authority must table progress report in the house every quarter on the implementation of all the resolution with effective from 31st August 2025. Quarterly reports include Scopa reports as a standing item. Then we have attached proof of submission. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you. As you are going through the questions, maybe who must answer it. I also have questions In your progress report, of course, we note that this is still in progress, but attachment number 1A, the warning letters, there is no acknowledgement, because when you give a person a warning letter, he must or she must be able to acknowledge. And even the request for action from the OTP has not been responded to. So we are not sure if the OTP has assisted you with regards to this disciplinary action that you requested. But the other thing that I want us to, or want to have your view on which I earlier asked the Office of the Auditor General, is an issue, and thanks that you have included the detailed audit findings. But from page 489, starting with the tender register, there are more than 3 times in this document where there's an indication that there's a challenge with keeping the register, with capturing the tender bids that you are receiving. And there are also certain findings that the AG has indicated or has raised, but in your response, you say you have made your own investigations and you disagree with that particular finding. And it's about 4 or 5 times, if I'm not mistaken. So the question that I asked the AG was, what is then the implication if you don't agree that the department is saying that now you are right, because according to us we've done this followed the procedure, and the AG said no, we note your response, but the finding will still appear in the records. But he also indicated that it's not the end of the story, because you are engaging until that matter is resolved, or until you reach an amicable solution. Because the impact that I'm foreseeing is that you may repeat the same mistake over and over again. So what we call for is that ensure that where you are disagreeing in terms of this record, engage the AG and resolve it before you can even start preparing your financial statements for 2024-2025. Those are some of the things that I wanted to raise. And as you respond to these questions that honorable members raised.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm Mabulu Ramakanya, Committee for Education. There are a couple of questions that the honorable members have asked us, the committee. I'm going to request the HOD and the team. We have agreed that each DDG and the HOD and the CFO, they will take the questions that belong to their branch. Through your indulgence, will allow the HOD to lead that process.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Martin Sishibe, HOD. May I request my colleague, Dr. Mashaba, DDG for Corporate Services, to respond to the questions that are relevant to his branch first. Over to the Commission. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. My name is Martin Mashaba. I'm the DDG responsible for corporate management. Yes, I will respond. There was a question about the progress on SIU investigations as it relates to Section 100 and what has been done in the department. We must indicate, honorable members, that the investigations were commissioned by Treasury. We were just providing them with information, and that report was never submitted back to us. What was submitted to us as a department was the overall Section 100 report, which we then worked on, and some of the issues that needed further attention were incorporated into our audit action plan. But the actual report on SIU investigations and the Hawks investigations as pertaining to Section 100, we never received those as a department. And I think maybe I can also refer also to there was another question that relates to the SIU with regards to the lifestyle audit. Members will recall that when the resolution to have the Department of Education do a lifestyle audit, when that resolution came, it was because at the time we were responding in terms of doing lifestyle audit as per the DPSA guideline, because the DPSA guideline has a process that must be followed, which is linked to the e-disclosure. So basically, when people disclose their financial interest, we must go and check and see whether what they are disclosing is in line with what we know. And I think it was during the era of MEC Poly. Let me see, Poly. My apology. I think it was during the era of MEC Bushielo when the resolution was taken that yes, we hear about the DPSA one, but as a department, you need to do a detailed and more involved lifestyle audit. So when we checked around, we realized and we were informed that other departments were making use of the SIU to do that investigation. So we then started engaging them, but I think the process was a bit slow. It took a bit of time for them to respond. So ultimately, what we have in the file is when they were acknowledging that yes, we can assist you, and this is what we are going to be doing. That work should have happened, I think it was the previous financial year. But because of the challenges that they had at the SIU, they could not start with the work. But ultimately, they have now said their system is now online, and we have now agreed on the process or the phases that they will follow in doing that investigation. So basically what we are doing is not what the OTP is doing, it's what we were instructed to do, that we need to do our own investigation using the SIU because we did not have any capacity within departments to do that. Then there was a question, if I got it well, about the responses that we get from, if I can use the word, transgressing officials for underachievement of targets. I think what you have in the file, Chairperson, basically says if there's an underachievement, the responsible official is written a letter to say, explain why you should not be charged for this, and then we indicate what it is that the person has done, and then they will respond back, and then based on that response, it will then be decided as to whether the reasons are acceptable or it's taken further to labor to institute disciplinary action. The ones, I think you will see that on the file, there are those that we talk about the reasons for underachievement being due to the target based on estimates. Now for those ones where we are saying it's based on an estimate, it's based on learner migration, there's an indicator where we are saying we had targeted to have so many learners, but however the actual number was low. So we were then saying that when we assessed the reason for the numbers being lower than what we had estimated, the decision was that the officials who were responsible for that function were not accountable, and therefore no action was taken. But where it has to deal with actual performance, like where the number of classrooms that were supposed to have been constructed was not achieved, or where we received a qualified audit opinion because of a finding due to the asset register. In that instance, the matter was then given to our labor union, unit for them to take further action, and then the colleagues were made to make now formal representation to the unit, and the action that was taken where we have got warning letters is where it was discovered that yes, there was an error, but there were now systems in place to correct that error in those years. Then there was a question, if I got it well, whether the transgressing officials are not made public. Maybe we'll speak under correction, but I thought in our submission is there. I thought, because the question will say who are the responsible officials, then we tabulate the names. But as I said, I'm speaking under correction. Maybe we might have missed something. Then there was a question about the fact that part of the stagnation in audit outcomes is where the department does not provide sufficient audit evidence. There are a number, basically it's, I would say it's two main reasons. The first one, which we think we have now sort of like dealt with, it was where, and you'll see most of it will be relating to Program 2. Now in Program 2, this is where it's concerned with what is happening in schools, registers that schools are keeping, and whether what they have on the registers agrees with what is on SASMs. So and also the training. There was also an issue about registers that support the number of educators that were trained, and I think probably at the time when we were answering this question, we did indicate that the department was found to have done a double counting. So basically it means that if an educator has gone for training on two separate sessions, we were counting it as two trainings, but then the AG was saying no, but it's the same person that has been trained. So what we have done is that our monitoring and evaluation unit has looked at all the findings on specifically on supporting documents from the districts. We have sat with the districts, we have sat with the colleagues from continuous teacher development, and we have agreed on what an acceptable MOV is. And we think that for now we are on track. And they did acknowledge that yes, in the past there was a misunderstanding, but we think that now we are on track. Now on top of that, what we have is that every quarter, when the officials submit their progress as to how to meet the target, before we can finalize the report, our monitoring and evaluation unit will look at the means of verification. If it's not acceptable, they will inform them. This MOV is not acceptable, and advise them on how to address that anomaly. So members, I think on that we believe that we are on course, and that our officials understand what needs to be done. Okay, I'm just checking any other that relates to us. I think I've spoken to the lifestyle audit. Then there was a question, if I got it well, about the nature of the claims against the department. Most of the claims emanate from schools. If you look at the magnitude, it will either be because of educators administering corporal punishment, or sometimes you've got issues of defamation of character, but mostly it's coming from schools, or also matters that come from school safety, where learners are injured while they are at school. We have a program to address this matter without going into a lot of the details, because the presentation on its own. But what we can indicate is that we are it from two separate sections. The first one is that officials, rather educators, need to understand the legal implications of the things that they are doing. So from our legal unit, when we train SMTs, our legal unit is part of the training just to indicate the legal implications and financial implications of them not doing what they are supposed to do. So that one is done as part of training the SMTs. But we also have a session. Now this one is driven from our school safety unit, which then looks at all the issues that will compromise the safety of learners at schools, and we then have sessions with the educators, and we are also planning another summit this year just to take the stakeholders on board so that they understand what the issues are around school safety. But DDG Mulongwana is responsible for that function. If there's something that I've missed, maybe he can also add to the issue around school safety. I was just mentioning it because the question was, what is the nature of the claims that we are receiving? So that is why I was mentioning that. And then there was a question about whether we are happy with the services that we are receiving from the state attorney. HOD, I think you'll probably maybe add on this one. I'll just touch on it briefly, but the HOD can indicate that yes, we have started a process to see if we cannot get our own legal representations, because we have noted that state attorney has a capacity constraint. There are cases where we are made to pay for costs simply because we didn't have proper representation in court, or maybe the case was not properly prepared. We have written letters to state attorney, we try to meet with them, but it is not working. So currently what is happening, we have in discussions with the HOD agreed that we need to start a process where we will now go out and get our own legal representation and not depend on the state attorney. So the process is ongoing, and we believe that it will resolve most of these challenges we are facing. Okay, I think I've covered everything. HOD, if I've missed something, you will indicate. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Sishiba again, HOD. Can I request the CFO also to respond to some of the questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Yvonne Matabata. I'm going to start with the one that the Honorable Chair has asked regarding the issue where she was saying we are disagreeing with AG. Just to indicate that in this instance, the matter was found at the implementing agent, which is involved, trust. And we agree on that there was no tender register when they were opening the bids, because that is one that they requested. But we have now since ensured that when they do this, we send our security guys to go there just to see that it's being done properly, and also immediately after they have finalized, they should send us the tender register to avoid this in this financial year. Then there was an issue on the matter on move from qualification to unqualified on movable. Just to indicate that we are busy moving from Excel to Logis, and we have also appointed additional staff in that unit. And what we are doing, the internal control and finance, because that is under the asset management, and because the disclosure should be done but being given to financial reporting, we are working as a team just to ensure that what they are doing is properly, so that we don't regress in this financial year. I think HOD, this were the two that I'm supposed to respond to. Thank you.
Chair, I'm getting, Sishibe again, I'm getting an indication from my colleague, Mr. Marshall, that he wants to make an additional input. If you could,
Thank you, HOD. My name is Martin Mashala, DDG Corporate Management. I just wanted to add to what CFO was saying. If I recall, the question was in engagement with the AG. The AG indicated that due to the interim audit, that led to our improvement in clearing that audit finding on immovable assets. I think it is true, and I think members will acknowledge that it was part of our agreement with the AG as to how can they assist us in clearing this matter. And we kept engaging with them, and we are thankful to the AG. They indeed agreed, and they have assisted us. But we can indicate that Temalaji is the chief director responsible for this unit. But we can indicate that based on the engagement, we are convinced that the colleagues know what must be done. But honorable members, I think even if they know, we would still want to keep, AG will correct me if I'm wrong, the issue of an interim audit, normally for the 9 months, it's a preferred standard practice. Because what then happens, I think members will know that in private companies, you have a 6-monthly audit and then you then have a final audit. The intention is that if there are issues that are picked up during that time, you are able to correct them before the final audit is conducted. So yes, from our side, Ndatamalaji and the colleagues, we are convinced that they have now got this thing sorted out. We are working together with our technical support. We are working together with Office of the Provincial Treasury, which is responsible on infrastructure. Finance is helping us with regards to disclosure, but we still want to continue with the practice of saying, once we are happy, we are saying everything is fine, which is what the AG was saying, that I can only come in if you are saying everything is fine, and then I can come and check whether indeed you are on course or whether you need to change. So we think it's a good practice, AG, and we will be happy if you can continue to assist us in that regard. Yeah, thank you, HOD.
Thanks, Dr. Mashaba. Honorable Chair, the CFO would also like to make an additional input through your commission.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Yvonne Matavata, the CFO. I just want to engage on the matter that regarding the documentation that was attached regarding the letters that were submitted to OTP. We acknowledge that we did not put the acknowledgement from the OTP, but what we need to indicate is the matter was submitted to OTP, and if I remember, even in the member in the previous sitting, we indicated and attached all the supporting documentation in that regard, but here we're just giving the progress, and we apologize that we've only put the one that the Honorable MEC have signed and not attached the acknowledgement from the Office of the Premier. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if I could come in for this issue HOD, just to, for purpose of completeness, to respond to, I think, just about 2 issues. I think with regard to the first one on the litigations, over and above what Mr. Mashaba has submitted, let me indicate that we are also looking at mechanisms of recovering the money that we lose through the cases of assault of learners that are actually happening at the level of the schools. So that's one issue that we have asked our legal services to assist us on in terms of checking whether PFLA can be activated in this regard. But the second issue with regard to consequence management, especially the part that deals with disciplinary action. I must indicate that we have noted a few of the cases that are complex in nature. And in that regard, we are intending to convene a meeting with the office of the AG so that we can assist each other and see how best we can approach these matters that are a bit complex. If I were to just give one example, if you look at the case of the money, officials are cited for irregular expenditure of over 3 million, which came as a consequence of an abandoned site, which was then subsequently vandalized. And the defense of the officials, because already we have approached them, is that you need to prove that indeed they are directly responsible for that, because you need to produce evidence that links a person to the transaction. So those are some of the matters that we think we can sit down with the AG and assist each other in breaking it down so that when we prefer charges, they become charges that can be safe. So those are the two issues that I thought maybe I needed just to also make additions on the show. Thank you very much.
I'm Mabululo Ramakanya, MEC for Education. Chairperson and the members, I think we have tried to answer all the questions that have been asked by the honorable members in relation to question 1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Before I take the follow-up question, and I believe is the follow-up. Yeah. I just want us to establish or to remind us of a principle. A principle of delegatas potest delegare. The law gurus will assist me if I'm not pronouncing it well, but it says you can't delegate the delegated powers. Agreement must be consistent, MEC. The MEC is the one who is accounting here. That is why every time when I have a question, I'm saying MEC. And MEC will delegate the HOD. So when the HOD feels this can be answered by the SCF, just like that, it must not be through me, it must be the MEC, because it's the MEC who delegated you those powers to give a report. So I just wanted to clear that confusion so that the public can understand it. Now, then it was this talking, now is this one, now is this one. So that protocol, let's maintain it. Honorable Small.
Chairperson, I think we've got to go very, very slow. I wish now my old friend Honorable Paula was here with me. If I go to the PFMA section 38, it talks about the responsibilities of the various accounting officers. And if you want me to read them bullet by bullet, I will read them. But I take it that you've got a good understanding of what section 38 and 39 and 40 and 41 entails. But if I see you don't get it, I will remind you, because reading is free. Secondly, it's about the lack of information that's in this file that I'm now going to push for timelines, and I'm going to push for consistency, and I'm going to prove to you that you are not consistent in your application of the PFMA. Section 83 of the PFMA further requires when a financial misconduct takes place, you have got to inform certain relevant bodies, treasuries within the audit, and you've got to name the person, and you've got to include the rank of that position, the position that that person holds. I will put it here today that when you cite people's names, you subsequently refuse to put the rank there. of the individuals. And therefore, I will come to you, Honorable MEC, then I want to hold the accounting officers both accountable, the HOD and maybe the CFO in certain sections. Let's talk about how we answer questions. And let's talk about the easy one. And I will maybe reflect to possible, I will ask, when was the timeline that you spoke to the SIU on the Section 100? Because I know when the Section 100 was concluded. Hence my question was, did you have oversight over the SIU report? You said you had a high-level conversation. I'm going to ask the timeline of that conversation. And then I would ask the proof to be submitted to this portfolio committee, Honorable Chairperson. Because there's an indication that one speaks to it, but when the report has been signed off by the SIU, that report is tabled. And I want to understand, why did you try to attempt to get that report? Is there written, you got it, it's treasury, that you attempt, because it was over 2 billion rand that reflected to your department and your department's internal administration that was wrong. Talks about systems, questions, criminal charges, everything. So I'm asking that specifically. That's why you want that report, in order to improve what you need to do. HOD, I knew that you are new, and it is fine. If we talk about the lifestyle audit, you say now it is being done. The report says 5.6 million rand was the indication by the SIU of the possible cost. And it also talks about the terms of reference that must be agreed between the parties. You said it's there. I'm asking you, give me proof today of the terms of reference between you and the SIU. What must be investigated? And the possible commitment to financial resources by you. Because if I had it wrong, I will ask the tape to be played back. To say that you are doing your own thing now, you are proceeding. That's what I've heard with the SIU. That SIU letter, if you read it, it asks for the terms of reference. Show me the terms of reference from that date up to a letter. Show me the date and the terms of reference. Show me the commitment or the communication circular within your department that requests the MEC to try to establish the 5.6 million, or to speak to the funding. Where the funding would be acknowledged, accepted, or advanced by someone. Either from within you or to the department. Because if you can't show me, it means that you are lying here today. Chairperson, we say we're looking at how to retrieve funds of results. Show me your letter to your legal department asking for legal advice to do so. Show me that letter. Show me that circular that says this is what we want to do. Can we do it? What does the law say? That proof of initiation of that attempt. Chairperson, when we say that nobody can be held accountable, you've got a report in page 1. The next year's Sabbath Business Consulting Report, the determinations by fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And it sets out the scope, but let's make it easy. It talks about the root cause, and the root cause is your system that is wrong. then I would want to take you back to what the PFMA says in section 39 and 40 about who's responsible for that system. Ne? So it means someone must be held accountable according to this law that I'm having here. And it says, employees responsible. The following employees are responsible for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And it names the name of the Director Legal Services. It's there. Now in the report later on we talk about how we want to hold this one accountable. Where's the disciplinary action? Nothing. Nowhere. Go to the next one. Root causes. Employees responsible. Mr. Lebebe A.N., Director Human Resource Administration and Services. I'm asking, if that is the indication, show me the CRO process, show me the dates of intention of starting a DC process of those individuals. Prove to me here today, in a timeline, and I can, Chairperson, this is just two. I can go the next page, I will find another name. I'll go the next page, I'll find another name. Different names. If you want me to embarrass you, I will embarrass you. But I'm asking you, prove today to me here, very quickly, in any one of those 5 names. Please prove to me where the Chief Risk Officer made recommendation, the disciplinary process in those actually commenced in that. Because it says there, regardless if you want to say to me the loss of money is maybe 0 rand or maybe 4,000 rand, regardless, there's a system failure and an administrative failure that happened because of those individuals. We are now coming to a point where true accountability must take place. And I will go on, Chairperson.
No, you can't go on forever. It was supposed to be a follow-up and then
Chairperson,
just summarize.
Chairperson, this is the annexes about holding people accountable. Everybody. You either say to me here today, Honourable Smaller, I don't wish you to communicate further on these questions that comes in from the annexes that are in here. You either say that.
No, what I'm saying is that you can't go on forever. Just go straight to the
That's
question.
why I make two examples.
No, Honourable Smal, can I speak and then I'll give you a chance. Honourable Smal, I'm saying you can't go on forever. Just identify a point, ask a question, and then we finish and then we go to another one.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mahocha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I think that it's important that we put issues into perspective. One, the SIU came before us and they made a presentation. I think that presentation was shared.
Honourable Mahocha, I thought maybe you want to...
Yeah, I want to get to the issue of SIU.
No.
And I think there was
If that is the case,
was misquoting it, Chair.
Let's allow him to finish. We'll come and then correct everything.
I wanted to assist that.
Or you wanted to assist him
Yes, because
before he
in terms of
continues.
the presentation from SIU, Chair, in terms of the presentation from SIU, I just reopened it again. According to the SIU in the province, there is no proclamation against the department in the province, unless if there's a proclamation at national. I'm talking about a document that's in black and white before me. There's no proclamation in the province. So when there's no proclamation in the province, it's gonna be a very difficult thing for the department to come here and speak on behalf of the national department. What we should, if maybe someone is aware of a proclamation in the province, what would be best would be when we request the MEC or this particular issue is investigated at the national level, but it also affects the province to this extent. We have got an interest to know what is happening with regards to that. But in terms of the province, Chair, there's no such a thing. And then I thought that we would be told, actually we're told the department it's looking at various matters with regards to that lifestyle audit. So I think, Chair, it would be very important that we leave this meeting together with the department with some sort of certainty, knowing or next day when we meet them, how are things going to be. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. I'll give you a chance because that was just and they will continue. But let's be very clear on the issue of lifestyle audit. Is a resolution in Scopa. And the challenge, MEC, is that the departments when they report, there is that inconsistency. Because last year when you were appearing, you never raised the issue of the previous and all those things. It was not there. So it's coming to us for the first time, and we don't know why is it emerging now. But the other issue that I want to raise is that the issue of lifestyle now, as we were coming with it in the previous financial years, it was going to be done or centralized in the OTP. Now, education now is coming to say, Rena by education, and then we engage the services of the SIU. So what we are reporting now has nothing to do with the resolution here, scope. It is your own arrangement. Hence, there is a question here now. How are you going to source the 5.6 million? And then what are the terms of reference in terms of that? So that is critical. So we must separate these two issues to say, this is not a resolution of Scopa lifestyle audit. It's the education that said, now we want to do an introspection. So, and then we will source the services of SIU. Then what are the financial implications? What are the terms of reference in terms of that? That is the question now, as you continue.
Chairperson, I just want to say, question 1A, under unresolved matters 2, bullet point 2 says here, section 100, investigations, bracket 13. I wanted to put it on record. The SIU investigation is not a proclamation under the Department of Education. It was under national, but under the Department of Education. Section 83 of the PFMA says the following. When any such investigations are concluded, because we must not be selective in our reading, those investigations must be tabled to the relevant accounting authority, which is the MEC and the HUD in its finality. I put this on the day of our conversation. It was said that that report was concluded by the end of last year, 2025. The full report has been concluded, signed off. Hence my push for the MEC and the HOD to have that understanding, that indication. I understand that you've got preliminary discussions and where we are with MECs and with the investigation. The report is concluded, it's signed off. There's internal maladministration that took place on a big scale. Not just on a provincial level, but on an administration level. It requires the MEC and the HUD to look at that, improve systems. Maybe some of those people are still within the system. There needs to be taken action. Hence the push from my side to have that conversation. Honourable Chair, just with regards to incomplete information in this report, as you said, some of the things are not complete. If I go to page 3, you would see that the letter for termination for failing to bring works to practicable completion, although that it talks to some of the findings and whole people, that 84 is incomplete. That letter needs another page. It doesn't, it's not concluded. I don't know who wrote it, who signed it. I don't know where's the other paragraph that makes this circular finished. We've only got the one letter there. It's not this only one. If you go to the following page.
Are you referring to Annex 3 or page 3?
It's page 3 because it falls under the context deals with what we are dealing with. But I'm trying not to delay the inner point. I'm just showing you that I'm trying to make my argument now shorter. So if you go to page 3 in file 1, and if you go to page 4 in file 1, which makes, there's a 084 on the top, 086 on the top. It is not a conclude, the letter is incomplete. It's just the first page. But I'm very sure if you read it, you will, even if I read to you 86 on page 4, it says, this talks about Eden Primary School, which has already reached practical completion to rectify the issue of the pressure pump to the borrower, which is, then I'm asking myself, where's the next letter? I don't know who writes these letters, or because it talks about a process of holding people accountable. Chairperson, and the reason why I am on this, because we're talking about the SIU or the case number with the Hawks, and you're making proof that we have lodged a case at the Hawks, and which is page 5. 088 on the top. And on that, this is case number 39702-2020. And it would seem that it says it's ongoing at that time. But the time of requesting... Chairperson, what I'm trying to say is the time of requesting of this letter is on the year 2024.
Ombudsman, can we get that?
Chair, are we still on question 1?
Yes, we must be on question 1. We are on question 1.
If you go to the hard copy here, in the front of page 1, question 1, it cites all the annexes that deals with question 1. Even on file 3, it says question 1, and it cites all the bearings, letters, or everything that relates to question 1.
Chair.
Okay, all right. Maybe let's get something very clear.
Am I not understanding the file?
No. Well, let's also try to understand it, because question file 1 is on the House resolutions again, and then Yaba progress report on the financial year 2026-2017, Scopa resolution 2018, 2020, 19, and all those things. So, and then we have the annexures attached, talking to this. And if you go to file number 2, that is why even myself this morning I was getting confused. Maybe the department can just clarify us if we are still on the right track.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ramakanya, MEC for Education. Maybe we should be allowed to answer because the honorable members are asking questions and also answering the questions on our behalf. The long question asked by the honorable member of the committee, we want to acknowledge that we may not answer it the way he thought we should do. And maybe that's why he felt that he should also add up the word it is about embarrassing the department. So we have got a resolution that was taken by us here that says on life skill audit, it says the executive authority must appoint an independent external firm to conduct its lifestyle audit for both management and officials within the supply chain section.
No,
Then there is a-
MSc, maybe
Can I
before
just
that.
stop to that, to the issues of the SIU.
No, I want us, what I want now, I just want us to understand the logic of the annexures. Are they in book one, in file one? Are they
Yes,
relevant
yes,
to,
they are.
are they all relevant to question one on the resolutions? Because that was the concern.
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, the question one annexures, they are relevant. And the honorable member was going through them. It's just that when he's going through them, he's making proposals and answering and putting questions. And what we have noted is that out of the annexures, there are new questions that honorable members are including the question that was asked by the chair to say, when you do this quotation, where are you going to source the money? So from where we are sitting, we are still on question one.
Okay, no, it's fine. Honorable members, I think we are on question one. What you are requesting, Honorable Smal, is that you can't be forever talking again. So just go to straight to say, on this one, what is it that you are going to do? On this one, they have the background. I think the files are so detailed that indeed they can give us the background that you are trying to give in some cases. So please just be short and to the point. Maybe before that, Honorable Macheta wants to speak as well.
No, thanks, Chair. It's Macheta. Please. You see, I don't want to sound somehow, but I want to caution that when we ask questions for clarity, we must do that with honesty so that we are able to get what we want. And it's uncalled for honorable member to make insinuation to attack the department. And I don't think we should be comfortable with that. We should be able to indicate that it's proper that such matters are raised and the department here is to ensure that answers are provided. But if we insinuate attacks, while in the process there are certain mistakes that he is committing, that might spark such submission I made. It will not take us anywhere. So I'm submitting, Chair, that even if he is to continue, but you must bear in mind that the House must be respected and the logic must follow. Thanks very much, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Faith Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. Faith Scopa, a member of this committee. I wanted to propose that shall we move to question 2. Then Honorable Smile will make that follow-up based on that, because now we're referring to page 4 and page 6 of the document, of which now that is question 2 and question 3 going forward. So rather we take question 2 and then we can now deal with the follow-up based on that. Because now we're still on question 1 issue.
You propose that we conclude
We
on
move to question 2, yes.
without exhausting question 1. Because I think we heard what the MEC said to say. All these annexures are for question 1. So what Honorable Macheta is saying, let's go straight to the question. This presentation, I think the only presentation that must be done must be done by the department. We don't do presentations. We ask questions for clarity. And I also want to condemn the issue of a member to say we want to we are here to hold the department accountable by asking questions. So there's no embarrassment. There's no way when you are accounting that is an embarrassment, MEC. It can be embarrassment, but you must account. So for the honorable member just to be, yeah, no, thank you. Please, and I'm giving you the 2 minutes, summarize your questions and present
The
it.
aim is not to embarrass the department. But what I'm saying is that the file, let me put it in this way, it's not complete.
Okay,
And what I'm-
exactly.
okay,
Maybe
now
to assist on that.
That's rephrasing my words.
Okay, let's just identify, and then as a committee, we must come up with a resolution to say what is it that we must make to ensure that where they are missing, they must come to account on that particular extent.
Chairperson, the name cited in the annexure is SABMT report, which is your Annex 1 to page 1 report. It makes reference to a number of officials that administratively erred wrong. And it is cited in the root causes and an explanation thereof. My question directly to the MEC, I don't see in the files that we've got here today that there has been either a disciplinary process against them, directly so, and if there are, maybe we can be assisted in that request. Then I would ask that the letters that is used for evidence of the suspension of services or rendering of services to various schools, and I think it's to do with the National School Nutrition Program, that those letters are in full, because a one-page letter might not put in the full context of what the MEC or the HOD or whoever wrote that document. It doesn't put maybe the context in full, because I will put it in this case, it is when you suspend a service, you might make reference to some of the project management processes that you've done. You have indicated the failures of 1, 2, 3. You understand what I'm saying to you. Now suspending a person just like that, and there's not the full letter of context is not there. Because we are, it's about, for me it's about making sure a fair process took place, and I won't go into those type of issues. The indication that you did go to the Hawks, or that you asked where are they in the case of the case. We are now in the year 2026. When I read the letter of the Hawks, or the status report on the Hawks, it was still in the time of 2024-03-20. We are nearly 2 years after that. I get it that you give a status report like you would say with the SIU, this is the letter. But when I'm looking, because this is about, we ask where's the status in this and in this investigation. You've referred the matter at SAPS or at the Hawks. Now the communication is 2402. So what I'm asking is there's a 2-year lapse from where what's happened to the case. So either the letter is an old one, or the updated letter from the department has not been submitted. And I might say I might give an answer or to the resolution. That's not my attempt. My attempt is to say that the information is old.
As you conclude,
as I conclude, Chairperson, I wanted to make, and right in the beginning, Honourable MEC, I asked if the process of a disciplinary process or a hearing process was done correctly. So, in the beginning, you cited that the previous HOD had to be held accountable for the 2021-2022 2022 for not okay. On the 16th of February 2022, you asked, you said that the previous HOD did not held people accountable, and therefore she must be held accountable for the 1 billion rand irregular expenditure as per resolution 1, and then as per resolution 4 on the targets that was not met. But then if you follow the file, I see warning, I see action letters, 1 for contract stops. I see action letters against the physical resource management director.
Honorable Usman, I think you have been talking for the last 30 minutes. Maybe going forward we should allocate time for an individual. You can't just, and I'm going to stop you now. Other questions maybe we'll ask when we are dealing with those specific questions, because there's no way we can have questions for clarity. And remember, it was a follow-up. Remember, you gave the first questions, and then when I called for follow-ups, then you take more than 40. Yeah, but
I know after 10 minutes or 20 minutes or half an hour.
Yeah, but that we will agree outside this, because it must be us who must agree, not now. But I just want you to note that you have been speaking for more than 30 minutes on a follow-up, not even the real questions. So I hope you've noted all these concerns. But I have to take this decision because you can't have 2 presentations. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the clarity from the department, because I thought the question 1 was limited to a certain questions and certain annexures. However, with the clarity from the department, I just have 1 question, Chair, that I packed for the latter questions. Chair, if you go to page 86.
86 of file 1.
Of file 1, yes. Page 86 and page 309. 308, sure, 308. Chair, my question is, I would like to check with the department as to what measures do they put in place once they've identified that this particular service provider doesn't have the necessary capacity and capabilities, and they eventually take the painful decision of terminating that particular service provider. What then happens? And then number 2 on 308 is that the particular service provider in question, there seems to be an irregular expenditure of 67 million that has been incurred by the department, and there seems to be a battle between the recommendations from AG and the recommendations of the department. The department is calling for, the AG is calling for a re-evaluation, and then the department is saying no, this person is rightfully disqualified. So I just want to, and the good thing is that the letter before us was signed by the current HOD, and congratulations HOD. So Chair, I just need to be clarified on 2 things. What happens when a service provider has been identified to lack capacity, and then number 2, what is really happening on this particular matter? This contradiction between yourselves and AG. AG has informed us that they will account in the following financial year. But since this letter is before us, can you please take us into confidence as to what is happening? And the other thing that I've identified is that you have given us an incomplete document You have given us the first page of the document, but clearly there needs to be another document following this one. So I don't know, Chair, for our own records, whether the department would assist us with the other, the second page or third page of this particular document. And lastly, Chair, I must say to the department that, Chair, next time they need to make sure that they do due diligence, because there are a lot of documents here that are not visible and friendly to the eye. Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe it's just taking it from the, you know, the problem that the department has created to the chair today. You see all these annexures, ne? That's why people are able just to go, because usually we will know that annexure maybe 2.1 is referred to in this resolution as you. So that's why we are unable to stick to question 1. That's the problem of how you structured, because you just say question 1 house resolution, a lot of resolution. But if you were to say on question B, what, as you respond, refer to A, refer to B, it was going to be very easy to manage. So now you are creating a very serious problem for the chair, because members without limits, because there is a loophole in terms of how you have arranged your file. Because if you are saying all these things, they are referring to the house resolution, according to how you arrange, yes, it's true, but they are not guided by responses, they are not guided by questions. That is why we just go where we don't even need to go. We lose focus on the issues, and the very same issues are still going to be addressed or cited in other question 2, question 3, question 4. But if you were to make my life very easy, to say question 1, refer to annexure this, and we know that we have been referred to 5 annexures that are trying to assist us in answering question 1, it was going to be very, very simple. So all these annexures, that is why Honorable is just going to, he wants to deal with all these annexures, and it's not possible because it's very difficult. So we are noting the concern, but we also want to, I also want to check if this is an omission or what, because we said you must also start with 2014, 2015 as you are responding to the resolutions, and here you started to account on 15, 16. We must ask it and be on record, because as and when you are going to report back to the House, it must be noted that it might have been that all the resolutions have been resolved, but at least there must be a way of communicating that particular issue. The issue of litigations, you mentioned the attorney, and I think I must be on record, MEC, so that in your executive meeting, you must start talking about our state attorney. Because if we have a state attorney which was established in terms of the legislation, then every department say, no, now we want to get our own private lawyers. Then at the end of the day, they will just be there earning salaries and doing nothing. Of course, it's true, they were sitting where you're sitting. They said, we don't have capacity. They were just very clear to say, hey, Rene and Ali, you're mahala, there's nothing that you can do. You must know. Or when you have cases, don't expect anything from us. So why am I raising it? That it must be dealt with at the level of executive. Now you have a guiding position for all the departments so that we know, and it be included in the budget. Because now, as you are saying, you are going to get the source, the legal opinion somewhere or legal services somewhere. Then the question is that, have you budgeted for those services now? So that we are able to avoid unnecessary, wasteful and fruitless expenditure, and at the same time, our cases are able to be dealt with, SCARA in default judgment and all those things. So that is my my thinking. But the other thing is we've got the resolution here 2021-2022 on Arabs, where you are saying you still seek a legal opinion. 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, today we're in 2026. Are we still, we don't have the legal opinion even now, so that we are able to deal with this issue. So those are some of the issues that I wanted us to deal with and to take note of. And please also deal with, correct the percentage more with 12 and 10. 10 cannot be 80%, 12. Just for record, on 2022, 2019, 20, we had 12 resolutions, implemented 10, and then the percentage of implementation should be 83.3. None should be 16.7. Just a correction, it's a calculation, it should be corrected. So MEC, if you can, okay?
Just the last one, based on what the DDG has mentioned, that in an instance where they did not attach any names of officials responsible, so and he said that he's saying that to be corrected, and that is in page 13 of 19, whereby there was a mention of activities there, but with no attachment of the names. So I just wanted to request that you also be assisted with those officials responsible.
MEC?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Mabulile Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. I think let me acknowledge the questions that have been asked. And indeed, Chair, in the last sitting we had on each question referred to the annexure, and I see it has been an oversight. That's why we are going back and forth. But let me start by saying on the issues that we feel there are new questions, we'll then give you additional information as we always do. We'll take those questions and look at them and then give additional information. Where names are not mentioned before, we can use our own thinking. We might want to confirm it in writing, so that then we don't come and call names of people and then we find that on that year it was not the right responsible official. So we'll then have to submit that additional report to the committee through the coordinator. I'm going to hand over to the HOD, CFO and the DDGs for them to take what is on their a direct responsibility. Otherwise the other ones will then have to answer in writing. HOD.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. I think let me allow, through you, my colleagues to deal with the relevant questions to their branches of the report. Thanks, Honorable MEC, through you. CFO.
Thank you. My name is Yvonne Matabata. I'll deal with page 308 on a notification to remove irregular expenditure amounting to 67529,423 as a prior period error. In this instance, what happened when the Auditor General was on site, he discovered this as irregular expenditure. And because of time, we noted that as, disclosed that as irregular expenditure. But when we do the AG action plan, what we'll do for all the irregular expenditure, we'll still go back and check on the irregular expenditure, more especially the one that have been identified by AG. So when we did the evaluation and the determination, we realized that when we went through the documentation, we found that this was not indeed a irregular expenditure. And the procedure is, if you have to remove the mistake which you have identified after, we call it prior period error. And the procedure is, you have to write to Treasury just to indicate that you are removing this, and we also send to AG. And what AG will do usually, they will, when they come back, they will also re-evaluate, and in certain instances they will indicate that this is not a prior period error, or because of 1, 2, 3 you still have to redo it. But for this one we have sent to them, and obviously when they come back they will indicate whether they agree to this. But this is what we have found, that this is indeed not irregular expenditure. Thank you, Chair. Page 86. Page 86.
Thanks, as the manager will be coming to the response. My name is Martin Mashala, DDG for Corporate Management. Just a quick response on the issue of remunerative work outside of public service. What we do is that every year when officials are supposed to make their disclosures, we issue out a circular that tells them what they need to do and what remunerative work the applications are going to fill. If it does come up, like it has been happening, that there are findings that people are doing remunerative work, normally we then report, because the e-disclosure is the responsibility of the Public Service Commission, so they will then also flag it to say when these financial disclosures were made, this is what they found. And then they will send the MEC the report and ask her to report on what has been done with each case. And then the MEC will then give it to the HOD to say, HOD, when you investigate these matters. So we do investigate them, we write letters to the officials, and most of the time we find that it's officials who are who were previously flagged the previous year, but who subsequently been given approval. So it does that because on the system, either they might not have attached an approval. So most of them will then indicate that yes, I have applied, and there's the approval that was given. It will be educators who are doing work with other departments, and when we take, we ask them to respond, they will then indicate. I think almost all of them they would say that we were not aware that this is what we should have done, and they then indicate that they are either no longer directors, or either the company is no longer operating, and then the report is then sent to the Public Service Commission to indicate on each case what is it that we have done. And in cases where the Commission is not happy with the steps that we have taken, they will then flag to say, to indicate to us what it is that we need to do. But that is a process that we follow. So it's an annual thing that we do, that we do take action against officials, and we ask them to respond back. But thank you.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure. The observation 086, the observation by us that this letter is completely correct. There is a second point of the letter which is not attached to the connection with the provision agency, but the letter is there. There's a complete letter. I believe that it was just muted in the process of commission. There's also a question around the capacity of the service providers that we point, with regard to, I think, in relation to the issue at hand here, I think it is a matter of procurement processes, and with procurement processes, we do have a criteria that we set out in the procurement documents, which the service providers must be able to align to. And if it is found that in terms of the criteria that we set out, the service provider will not meet the requirements in terms of the capacity set out in the procurement documents, unfortunately those service providers will it is not something that we actually pick up during the implementation. It is picked up during the procurement process as per the criteria set out. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable MEC. I think that the colleagues have sufficiently responded to the three questions. Thanks, over to Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Chair. Like I indicated that we have noted the other information that might be needed. We'll then compile, as we do compile the answers to the questions and be able to give them back to the committee. Thank you so much. That was on question 1.
Yeah, I think that should happen as an, we'll inform you. Remember, we have our quarterly meeting to trace the implementation of the House resolutions. So as and when we are going to invite you, we'll really appreciate if you can provide that information that was mentioned requested by members. Yeah, I think we have dealt with question 1, and then I propose that we go for lunch now for 30 minutes. It's 25 minutes to 2. If we can come 2:05 and continue with the other questions. The public hearing stand adjourned up until 2:05. We are now going to go to question 2. And we are requesting a volunteer to take us through the question on the improvement of in audit. And we know to some extent some of the issues the kind of partly addressed by what we raised in question 1. So let us not repeat the same thing that we have mentioned in when we were dealing with question 1. If there are new findings or new issues that we need to raise, let's raise it.
Chair, the member of this committee. Question 2 is on the improvement in the audit outcome. The Executive Authority, the committee has noted that the Department of Education audit outcome has improved from a qualified audit opinion to an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. The committee commends the department for the achievement since it's been a challenge for almost a decade. Question A, what are the internal control measures implemented by the department to improve its audit outcomes from a qualified to an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis? B, what is the department's detailed plan with timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a good audit in the upcoming financial year?
Thank you very much, MEC.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Mapungule Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. I'm going to ask the HOD to lead in the answering of question 2 as requested, HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Maropen Sishile, the HOD of the Department of Education. I'm going to respond to question 2A and B. The response of the department in as far as question 2A is concerned is as follows. Internal control worked with the immovable asset team in order to fix issues. Instead of reviewing and giving them premise to fix, we ensure that internal control colleagues work with our asset team. Also, the department enforced quarterly reporting of all output indicators, including indicator targets that were set for Q4. The department conducted an awareness program virtually for all program managers and a bilateral branch training session, which targeted program and project managers on the requirements of technical indicator descriptions, collating of evidence, that is the MOVs, and maintaining the records. Also, the department implemented and monitored the plan on a monthly basis. Further on, the department developed and implemented an evaluation checklist mandating cross-reference of the SDB form declarations with CSD. Also, the department has centralized contract registers under supply chain management, developing standard operating procedures for updates, as well as performing quarterly reconciliations. Also, the department appointed SCM officials to participate in all bid committees for our implementing agents. The internal control performed an audit of payment vouchers and bid documents on a risk-based basis to identify any issue of non-compliance to supply chain prescriptions. And lastly, internal control also served as observers in bid committees. In as far as question 2B is concerned, our response is as follows. Quarterly, the department performed internal control reviews on a high-risk areas to ensure that the department maintained a clean audit on financial statement. Also, addresses all outstanding audit recommendations from the previous year. Submitted progress reports to Provincial Treasury and Scopa for oversight, and also the steering committee meetings we're dealing with the AGSA action plan every quarter. In terms of quarter 3 to quarter 4, what we did is that we completed review and cleanup of asset register and supporting documentation. We performed asset verifications. We moved from Excel asset register to Lobis as prescribed by the Provincial Treasury, and also we appointed the Deputy Director Asset Management. Other activities that we engaged in to ensure that we adopt plans to ensure that we achieve an audit, a clean audit. The activities included a workshop held to discuss the Provincial Treasury SCM policy, and we must indicate that Treasury was invited to this particular workshop. Also, we finalized and implemented the updated supply chain policy, which is aligned to Treasury regulations. Lastly, we conducted workshops with districts on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure prevention, as well as the 30-day payment for infrastructure service providers were also invited to these workshops. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner.
Honorable Chair, that is the first part of us in question 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, on the plan, there's a saying that says a proper plan prevents poor performance. And then if the action plan cannot be very specific, cannot be smart, then we have a challenge. Who is going to perform the strategic activities that you've mentioned? Because I think you were supposed to say we are going to perform internal audit reviews on high-risk areas. You have in the file you have identified high-risk areas differently. NSNP, scholar transport. Those things are not managed by the same people. But if you just say from these areas, and then the manager wa SNP, whoever was scholar transport, nobody will take ownership of the plan. So, but if it is specific, when we have got our management meetings, everybody will know, oh, out of that plan, I have a stake. But if the way it is yours, MEC. So our plans must talk to the real issues and the timelines, and also those tasks. How are they going to be carried out and by who? So I'm going to give members chance to question. Honorable Minister and Honorable Spa.
No. First is Macheto case. First is on the detailed plan as you have spoken to it. Just to highlight the areas in which we could improve on the plan for purposes of implementation, and I think it has been properly captured by the chair there. But on the other issue, it's on the technical indicator description. Is it needs driven, and if it is needs driven, as and when it gets implemented, are you able to measure the extent to which the success rate of this is done? Simple put, perhaps to say how to evaluate the success of the TID. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Smart.
Thank you, Chair. Just if I can touch on your specific question on the LTSM learner, the learner transport policy, and the actual KPIs on how you're actually going to get it in. So what did you do last year, and what would you do this year different, and actually trying to get the numbers to be able to correlate that.
I would also just ask that also in your ECD sector, Honourable MEC, on how that would contain. With reference to your implementing agents like Mvula Trust, more specifically Mvula Trust, there are two key issues that must come out there. The one is the record keeping of the bidding documents or the information thereof, to make sure that a fair process took place. Two, then it is then the publication thereof on a public platform within the period of 10 days, which is not happening.
Are we still on question 2 on the improvement of the
audit? Yeah, because that was an audit opinion against them. That was the specific audit indication.
Maybe let me propose that, because the issue of Mvula are on question 3. Most of the responses.
Okay, I don't want to speak on numbers. I just want to speak on the system, Chair. What I'm just trying to understand is, if you look at your organogram today, Honourable MEC, what is your component of your internal section that deals with making sure that proper record keeping is actually taking place? How big is it? Is it a big unit, small unit? Is there a lot of vacancies? And what is the one key thing, Honourable MEC, for us now going into the clean audit that was not that might find us wanting in the next, in the next audit? What is that one key thing that may put a fork, if I may say that, in the road? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think it's very critical that we note that at least all these responses that you have mentioned landed you on the unqualified audit, and we really appreciate those efforts. But now we also want to go to clean audit.
That's right.
If they still apply to take us there, it's fine. But because clean audit is a bigger achievement, so this needs to be reinforced, and that is why I want to understand how often are the accounting records reviewed, and at what level do you review it? At the level of the maybe a CFO or whatever will be able to advise, and then are you able to produce the interim report on financial statements, the interim financial statements, and then if yes, when and who review those financial statements? And if there are issues that are consistently raised during the review, what are those, and what action are you having? Is the action plan as part of such concerns that are identified every time when there is a review, or what? And the other thing is when does the preparation of the financial statement commence? And then when is the first draft submitted to the CFO? I'm asking these questions because they are talking to the sustainability of the system. They're talking of the stability of the system. If we are able to follow all these review processes and ensure that we deal with the previously raised issues, because I can see from the audit you still have 8 repeat findings. IT, I think, and the other 8 repeat findings, and there are so many. The institute 21% the repeat findings in your department. They are even less than the percentage is 21. So it means you only have 79 or so. So if you can get 86.1 guide results, but in terms of getting issues not repeating, you are not at 85 or 86, then renale potential ya regress, and we don't want that. Because now we want to move forward. Anything that can pull us down, we must be vigilant about it and we must take action. So those repeat findings, and also the new findings, there are so many. So, in fact, as the department, if we have to assess you missing, and I think this will help you to go and fasten the belts. You are in a state that is very fragile. Yeah. If I was still a teacher and I was to calculate the percentage of learners that pass, there are those who I said, these ones I know they're going to pass. These ones, I must incubate them because anything can happen to them. And these ones, that you, even if you want to intervene, you will not find them. But this, in the middle, that you must incubate. So this is the time that this department, as the MEC, you must incubate it so that you must not regress. So I think the issues that we want to hear today in particular, even if it is not today, but maybe as we are going to do it, to call you for the tracing of the resolutions, we'll want to hear you saying you maintain or you move, and you have identified red flags for potential regress. Because if you can't identify those potential red flags for regression, then it means you can't take action. So I am appealing that as and when we are going to assess the resolutions, can you come up with a detailed plan to say how are you dealing with these issues that are raised, which are many, 68 new findings. They might not be insignificant, like the AG has indicated. They are, of course, they are immaterial, but because they have a potential to bring us back, let's deal with them. So we are saying let's respond to the questions that were asked, and then if members are satisfied, let's move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mabongo Ramakanya, MEC for Education. Let me start by appreciating the questions as asked, and I think, Chair, you are correct to talk on the issues that we should focus on and look at, so that then we do not regress, because our unqualified audit was not a clean one, so it has got a potential. But let me allow HOD and the team to speak to the issues. If there is any other issue left out, then I'll be able to attend to that. HOD.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. My name is Mahopin Sishiwe, the HOD. Let me request Dr. Mashaba, DDG Corporate Services, to respond first, and then we'll see through you, Honorable MEC.
Thanks, HOD. Thanks, MEC. My name is Martin Mashaba, DDG for Corporate Management. And thanks, Honorable Chairperson and the members. I will briefly talk to the issues about record keeping. I think the other matters, CFO will talk to them on the issues of the financials as to how they are prepared and the reviews and everything around this. The issues around record keeping, they are twofold. The first one is those that relate to the documents that we keep ourselves, and the other one, which is really an area of risk, is documents that are kept by the implementing agents. And I think that is really where the critical area is. In terms of our own record keeping, we do have a unit that we think is relatively well capacitated in terms of the numbers and the skills for record keeping. We are happy that the documents that are with them, we have not had a any incident that we could not produce a record from our record section. And if I can recall, even members, even if you check in terms of financial records that we generate ourselves, like expenditure vouchers, I don't remember when was the last time when we could not provide an expenditure voucher. I think the CFO will talk to it. So in terms of keeping what we generate, we are relatively happy that the process is on course to address it. Currently, what is happening, maybe Chairperson to also indicate how this will then impact the audit going forward. We are currently busy with implementing an electronic records management system. The scanning of all HR documents at head office is completed, which means that we will no longer have an issue where somebody goes on pension and the physical file is not there. The electronic one will be there. So currently what the unit is doing is that now we are starting to do work at the district offices to make sure that as far as HR records are concerned, all of them will be scanned and they will be kept electronically. The system is there. The electronic records management system is there. We just need to finalize the uploading of the electronic documents into the system. But I think, Chairperson, because it's just a project on its own, maybe if members are interested in when we come back for a progress report, we can provide more information as to how that system is working. But what I'm saying is just that on record keeping from our own records, we are not overly concerned. The concern that we have is with regards to the implementing agents. And I think, and Tatemala will agree, IDT, I think, was the one that was a bit of a problem. But you'll correct me. But the implementing agents are really the area where we need to work closely with them. What the colleagues have done is to sit with them and indicate to them the type of records that must be there, the type of records they must keep, and towards audit time, then we still engage with them to make sure that when the records are required, they are made available. So in that respect, Chairperson, I think we are on course. If from record side now coming to the question that you asked to say, how are we sure that we will not regress? The area that we think still needs a bit of attention is in the districts. And I think the AG might have also picked it up that we struggle a bit to get documents from the district. Not that they are not there. They are there, but it takes time because the way that the filing system is done there creates a bit of a problem. So we will try our best to speed up the process of making sure that the filing system at our district is up to scratch, and that the records are made available as and when they are required. And then maybe lastly, the one that pertains to corporate management, there was an observation about the repeat findings on ICT. Yes, indeed, we had a bit of a challenge in the past, mainly due to the fact that we had capacity constraints in that unit. We have appointed a director, and I think when a report is provided next time, you'll see that most of the documents that were not there, essential plans that were not there, strategies that were not there, and also the checking that was supposed to be done, the uploading of the patches and all those things, you will see that now we are saying we are on course, and we are happy that we are on top of the game. And also to just indicate that even as we report to the audit committee on a quarterly basis, these are some of the things they check, and we are addressing even the non-compliance that they've picked up. But otherwise, from the last committee, I think there's an appreciation that with the members or the officials that we have appointed, it looks like we are moving in the right direction. Thank you. Technical indicators. Oh, okay. I think I missed that one.
May I then
request through your Honorable MEC that the CFO takes the other questions.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and Honorable Chair. My name is Yvonne Matabata, the CFO. Based on the question and how we have responded and how are we going to maintain this chairperson, as we have indicated, we do have a AG action plan which indicate who's responsible and when things should be done. But we have also noted that the way we have submitted this, it was not that specific. But regarding the clean audit, just to indicate that in the 2024-25 financial year, on the audit opinion, we did not have any matters regarding the annual financial statement. Then what we are doing, we have committee where each and every directorate which is supposed to give inputs to the AFS, they have to submit, and the senior in charge is the one that must actually indicate that they have reviewed the documents. Then the documents will come to the financial management and reporting unit where we sit, and even internal control will also do their review just to make sure that what has been submitted and the one that the CFO has to review are in order. So we are sure and we are making sure that we maintain what we did so that we should not get any finding. Yes, of course, there were immaterial findings which did not affect the opinion on the annual financial statement, and we are working on them. And we are preparing the financial statements on a quarterly basis, which we submit to the office of the PAG, and they will review them and indicate where we are leaking. Just to indicate that currently where there were issues is still on the assets, but because we are moving from Excel to Logis, the problem there is the opening balance, which we are supposed to make sure that when it's in Logis, it's the same as the one that AG has audited. And what we did the asset verification. And when we did the asset verification, we realized that some of the assets which were disposed some time ago, they still appear in the asset register, and those are the ones that we are trying to ensure that we work on. And we also take into consideration the comments from the internal audit, because there were issues that they were raised and we are dealing with those. So we promise that we'll still maintain the status, but as indicated, we'll still engage AG that maybe we should again have an interim audit, because I think it's one that actually assisted, and as a colleague has indicated, in private sector, that is what is being done, and it actually assists in that regard. And HOD, I think the other issues that they have raised, when we come back we will actually indicate the action plan as requested. Thank you.
No, thanks, MEC. I want to respond just to one question, which it's in relation to our TIDs.
And don't forget to tell the viewers
my name. Oh, sorry, Honorable Chair. My name is Marupensi Shibe, the HOD. Yeah, as I was indicating, I would like to sponsor a response on the question that relates to the TIDs, which are technical indicator descriptions, which are meant to evaluate the impact that our targets, the annual performance targets, are achieving or not. And I think what I can just indicate is that, yes, indeed, they are needs driven, and they are intended to test the impact that we are achieving in that particular regard. And I think it's important just to indicate that when we craft our APPs, we look into what the policy imperatives, but also importantly is that we allocate the resources. So what we do at the end of the day is that our TIDs will help us to assist to assess whether we have achieved in terms of how we have implemented or deployed the resources and the policy imperatives there. Thank you, Chair. I hope the question was welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I hope the responses covered all the concerns and questions raised.
Yes.
Now let's go to question number 3. On irregular expenditure. Can we get somebody to read the questions? Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha. Irregular expenditure. On page 173 of the annual report, note number 1 of the PFMA compliance report, the department's report indicates a closing balance on irregular expenditure of 1.502 billion, which was reduced from 3.341.933 billion in the 2023-24 financial year. Question A. Why did the accounting officer fail to investigate a irregular expenditure of 1.502 billion in the 2024-25 financial year? B. Provide detailed breakdown of the irregular expenditure. C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? E. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabucha. MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and the honorable members. I'm Mabubule Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. In relation to question 3, I'm going to request the HOD to lead in answering the questions.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Marupensi Shibe, the HOD. Our response in as far as question 3 is concerned is as follows. Question 3A, our response is that the determination of the 1.5 billion could not be concluded due to human resource constraints. However, the determination was subsequently concluded in July 2025, and we are attaching the relevant MOD in that regard. Next Chancellor. In terms of question 3B, Honorable MEC, our response is that the breakdown as requested is also attached as Annexure 3B thereof. On 3C, in terms of the list of the responsible officials, we have listed the names of the responsible officials in that regard. And on 3D, our response in terms of the action taken by the accounting officer is that action was taken where relevant, and we are further saying that as and when determination reports are concluded, letters were issued to responsible officials and members of the implementing agents. And at 3E, in terms of the measures to prevent recurrence of this anomaly, our response is that the department is currently using a checklist in all supply chain processes, and furthermore, internal control performs pre and post audit of the risk-based, rather on the risk basis, and also serves as an observer in the bid committees, and we have attached the relevant annexures in that regard, which is the checklist and the risk assessment. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, on question 2. Question 3, sorry, on irregular expenditure. Are there questions? And I think just as a start, just to say from the documents that were attached here and the findings, Mvula Trust is a risk to the department. If I can just summarize, those projects and those non-compliance issues that are raised from Mvula Trust, they're concerning. But what concerns me most is that, and I've seen that there were attempts from the department to try to say, develop a strategy on how we are going to deal with the matters that were raised. Those letters were never responded to. The first letter was written by the former acting HOD. The second letter was also written by the HOD. And all those attempts, there's no indication where Mvula is taking action or is responding to those challenges. So our request is that just take us through the challenges or what exactly Mvula Trust is doing, and then given this situation that you write to them, they are not responding, or maybe they have responded, you have not included their responses. What is the position now? And how are you going to ensure that this situation is turned around? Because it is not a healthy situation, we can't live with it, there is no way we can tolerate it. Because everybody must account. The other issue that I want to raise, and I think it was raised even earlier, the issue of responsible officials just writing their names. There's a list of about 21 people here as responsible officials, and then action taken, the relevant action was taken where relevant, and more action as and when the determination reports are concluded, letters were issued to responsible officials and implementing agents for representation. So my question is, when you write letters that you say you wrote, where are they? What's the evidence that you wrote those letters? And how did they respond? The people agree. When you write a letter, there must be an acknowledgement or a response of some sort. All those things are not visible in the file. And we are worried that indeed you just see names, 21 names, you don't know who are they are responsible for what? What is their responsibility in the department? Are they the BECs or the BACs? If that is the case, obviously they will be having the chairperson of the bid committee, will be having somebody. At least something must be clarified here. There is also another issue of that I've mentioned, intent to institute action on page 222. No, Mvula Trust is not responding. Letter to the CEO nothing, and then but a lot of compliance is there, and even the AG has raised it too. Mvula trust is really a high risk, and it causes the majority of irregular expenditure within the department. And I think it is upon the MEC that action must be taken, because the status quo cannot remain. So I think I just wanted to mention those disturbing developments as a result of Mvula Trust. Honorable Smile, Honorable Mabucha.
Chairperson, yes, just to go on with your remarks, I would ask that you can determine the time frame, the names, the responsible officials and the designations of office, that those details are being provided in full. With reference to Mvula and yourself as the department, I take it that there's a service level agreement. And I was asking if we are able to see it, and I ask for two reasons. One, the AG in its report indicated other overpayments in some contracts, and in other contracts a serious underpayment. And it's not clear especially when it's an underpayment or a payment above, if the contract is concluded. So that's the one thing. And the second thing is with reference to the record keeping. If the service level agreement states that they are supposed to give you the evidence A, that for record keeping, and then they don't comply with it, it's a serious sanction from my side, a warning light that either you're not implementing that sanction. Two, if there's a over or a under expenditure within that time frame, I'm sure that there is time frames where they either have to notify you of the underspending or needs to notify you from the over expenditure from a procedure point of view. And I would very much like to understand if those things are captured in your service level agreement. If they are, Honourable MEC, which official or which DDG here is supposed to monitor that service level agreement to make sure that A, it's actually, all the dots, it's being done correctly so. One of the issues that I did pick up in the answers with Mvula Trust, and one of the explanation is that they've got 203 projects under the department, but they've got one official project manager or person that does that. If you take the scope of funding that is being directed to that, I would argue that it is very reckless for a department to give any scope of work when there's only one individual that oversees it. And it's in the answer, it's in the files that I saw. My question then is to you, Honourable MEC, taking the underperformance, one, the workable situation with Mvula and their inability to perform to what we are expecting to them as a department, because one person cannot do 203 projects. No matter what you say to me, you cannot do it. Have you considered an internal approach from within your department or another avenue? I'm not saying you must use public works or what. But, and if you have considered an internal approach, Honourable MEC, have you got the capacity internally to take over that function, Honourable MEC? I say that, Chair, because we might have got to make recommendations from the Portfolio Committee later on, and that's important to understand the MEC's response to it.
Thank you, Honourable Mabucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of the Standing Committee. Chair, I've got these questions to ask the Executive Authority. That Executive Authority, sitting there, do you want us to believe that your relationships with this implementing agents has improved, or it's giving us our value for money, or should we just accept that their weaknesses have been better documented? I mean, year in, year out, the people, the department keeps on complaining about these implementing agents. And remember, we don't have, those implementing agents, we don't have any business with them. We have business with you. But year in, year out, you keep on complaining about one thing over and over again. What steps are you taking to ensure that you do things better, or even if possible, you build sufficient capacity internal to ensure that you implement your own project so that the goalposts are not shifted? You take full blame that, no, look, we have messed up, we are taking the blame, here are the officials, because now you're just going to write those officials warning letter. In their responses, they'll say, but it's not us, it's those ones that you have appointed, we have appointed. Now, it will just be a cycle, and we don't want that, Chair. So I just actually had just that question, and the other one was on that page 308, but now in this one it's page, it's an extra C. Yeah, an extra 3A6, whereby we have encountered any regular expenditure. So now, my question is, Chairperson, that this irregular expenditure has been, I just want to understand how it came about, this irregular expenditure, and what steps are you taking to ensure that you remedy it? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I would see the breakdown of the 1.5. So I can't locate it. If it is there, can you guide me? But indeed, you are saying the issue is still under is a process, a progress or process matter. But we will want you to tell us where are we. Agree, even if it is still in progress, but there's somewhere where you are. We want to hear up to what level is your investigation or your intervention is. Is there any other contribution? Yeah, I think if you can deal with this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mabungule Ramakani, the MEC of Education in Limpopo. I think we welcome the questions as asked by the honorable members. I can indicate, Chair, at a high level as they prepare to deal with the details of the issues that you have raised. I think we'll have to deal with the issue on the agreements that we have with our implementing agents. But I can confirm that we have created a stability of accountability where we have got weekly meetings for infrastructure with the implementing agents and our own internal team, so that then there is accountability weekly on the activities that are happening. That is because of the much issues that were raised on infrastructure. They will deal with the details. But I can also confirm that at Exco, seeing that we have got a backlog, we have been able to create and build our own internal capacity in terms of saying that it is something that we have already even presented at the legislature through the committee, that we have got a panel that we are utilizing internally to deal with, to augment, because you'll remember for the past years we had problem with our implementing agent Mvula, we had problems with public works, we had problems with the IDT. So not to come back and blame, but because even that, Chair, it does not work for us because the budget stays with the Department of Education. So what you see here, we have moved from blaming to explanation. So what will be here is not excuses, it's an explanation that because we gave Mvula this did not happen. So we take full responsibility because the budget comes to the Department of Education. So all these implementing agents, when they don't perform, they are nowhere to be found. It's me that should stand in the legislature and account. So this is an explanation, Chair. We take full responsibility. That's why now we have got accountability meetings that the HOD is chairing with the team. But also to say, Chair, what we understand is that in all our 10 districts, which in government is 5, we have got infrastructure officials. That accounts to the infrastructure officials at head office as being the office where me and the team that is here report to. So there is that structure that exists, as much as the contracts will be led at this level. So I'm going to request the HOD and the team to deal with the extra and specific information that the honorable members need to be clarified on HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Maripin Sishile, the HOD. Through you, let me request Dr. Malati, Dr. Mashawa, if possible, and the CFO to respond. I'll come. Over to you, Dr. Malati. Through you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Malati. I'm the Chief Director of the Secretary for Infrastructure. I'll go straight to the questions. Service level agreements with the IDs, yes, we do. We engage the IDs. We have service level agreements that we sign due to spell out the responsibilities, obligations between the two countries. So we do have those service level agreements, and they are available. We actually sign with all the implementing agents. In terms of the Mvula capacity, we have recently just reviewed Mvula's what we call infrastructure program implementation plan, and they do have a number of projects, but it's not only one. There's a number of project managers that they are deploying for our programs to assist in terms of monitoring the projects that we put on the ground. So they don't only have one program manager, and the number of projects will be incorrect, but they have actually more than one project manager that they have deployed. There could be other issues, but in terms of project managers, they will give us an adequate number of project managers. Internally, we have, I must say, over the years, because of the challenges that we have been having with implementing agents, we have increased our in-house implementation drastically. If you look at this year, ITRU that is actually assisting us to manage projects internally. But we do have a need to also offload some of this work to implementing agents, and just the pity that some of them have challenges, but we also have other implementing agents that are assisting us like public works and the IDT. But to answer the question directly, the capacity is there, and we are actually taking out some the bulk of our work, which is done currently. Thank you.
Listen, I've got two fingers here. It's not right, the information you said.
Okay, no. Mr. Kari was briefing me with something. I missed that moment. So you want to
Yeah,
say
I
something
just need to
before we-
clarify, Chairperson. I want to take the department to the first file, page I don't know, call it 14, page 344. And it reads, the ratio of project managers to projects for this particular AI is very high. Mbula had 203 projects managed by one project manager from our end. It is therefore impractical to expect that the project managers to intend to, but they utilize some of the district that represents the department. Chairperson, that basis. Then secondly, when we heard the audit findings about Mvula and the Mvula not being performed. Now I hear on the one side, service level agreement all in place. Honourable MEC, if a service level agreement is in place with yourself as the department, and the timelines or the information is not following according to the service level agreement, my argument would be, during this whole process, where did the department then intervene? Because that documentation is not here. And if you haven't intervened and there isn't logic, I'm sorry to say, but then that entity of the department, you failed in your oversight. And I will leave it with the accounting officer to deal with. I don't want to say what must be done. But, and I'm reading what I'm reading. So if you are saying to me that they've got capacity and everything, the letter was signed off by the Chief Director of Physical Resources in the Department of Education. I don't know who that is, but that's the person who wrote this circular. I will leave it. People can make their own judgment calls.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I missed this conversation. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, my name is Isaac Malaki, the Chief Director, Physical Resources. I think let's clarify what this letter says. It does not talk to the capacity of the IA. It's a ratio of our internal managers who are managing Mvula Trust. That's what we're saying. We are saying in-house, we only have one person we have deployed to manage Mvula Trust. Not necessarily that the 203 projects are managed by one person from the side of Mvula Trust. That's not what we are saying in there.
Are you done?
Other issues? Are you done with all the matters? Thank you very much. My name is Yvonne Mathabata, the CFO. I'll first indicate to the chair that page that he was looking for the breakdown. It's on file 3, page 216. Then regarding I'll talk to the overpayment and the underpayment. Just to indicate that with Mvula, how we are paying them, we pay them the full amount whereby they will pay the service providers. But after realizing this issue of over and underpayment and the misstatement that we had, Treasury advised that we should not pay direct to Mvula, but what we should do, we should create contracts in the system for each and every service provider that Mvula is having, so that when we pay direct to the service providers and we only pay Mvula the management fee. So this will actually address this issue. But regarding the other issues, I think my colleague has reported on them. So I'm going to, okay. Or the three of, my name is Yvonne Matavata, the CFO. The question raised by Honorable Mabuja, I think, is the one that it's similar to that other one that we did here as well. A service provider where there was a regular expenditure which was identified by AG, and when we re-looked at the documents, we found that the service provider was actually supposed to be disqualified. Hence, we indicated that it's prior period error. But as I've already indicated, AG, when he comes back, he's first going to check as to whether what we indicate is actually correct. Thank you. I've already, my name is Yvonne Matavata. Is the one, sorry, the Chair, the one that you wanted to know the breakdown, and I indicated that it's page, I think 216. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Emerson. I think we have responded to the questions. We have taken note of the additional information that was provided in terms of the letters and the details of the officials. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Emerson.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. The reason why I was checking the breakdown, if you look at these cases, some of them is EDU, IE, 2021, 2022, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 2020, is a cumulative amount for different years. So, which makes us not to accept the response to say it's in progress. At least you might not have done everything. You might not have exhausted or investigated everything. But at least there is somewhere where you must be. You must say maybe all the issues from 1 to 22, because they refer to the issues that happens during the financial year 2021-2022 have been resolved, or we are in the process of resolving. And then we are still busy with the investigation of the issues in the main 2023-2024. But just to say it's in progress, so this thing I'm telling you, if we approach it the way we are approaching it, it's still going to appear even in the next audit outcome, because there's no progress yet. The progress was supposed to say out of the 1.5, already we know where 1 billion is, or what happened. We have made an investigations here at the consequence management. We are still left with 500,000 and all those things. So that was my expectation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mabunguli Ramakanya, MEC for Education. I think the issues that the Chair is raising we're noting. We will then update the information, because as we package the file, there is additional information that was not there, in terms of what the question that you are saying, how far are we and how much have we reduced? So I'm sure the committee will want us to speak to things that you are seeing. So we'll submit further information on that because it has even also started to reduce. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, and we are noting such commitments so that when we call you for trekking, and I'm always concerned that when you come, you don't come with your secretary so that they take notes. Okay. You are responding, and some of the things you may miss. So if there's somebody dedicated to take all these things that we are raising and what you are committed to say, we're going to do so. When you arrive at the office, you are able to take that information, and then preparation towards the tracking of the resolutions. We said we will also provide 123 information. Dear Koala HOD, I get a missive and point out you are the accounting officer. MEC may know it, but if you don't know it because you are the actual implementer. So we'll appreciate that all these things that you are proposing and you are committing. We'll have a file for the resolutions, and you must also indicate that these are those that you agreed that we provide. If there's no any other information or question, we can move to question 4. Question 4, Honorable Machete.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Pesi Machete. On question 4, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. On page 175 of the annual report, note 1 of the PFMA compliance report, the department's report indicated a closing balance of 6.226 million in the 2024-2025 financial year. This balance was reduced from the 20.279 million that the department had in the 2023-2024 financial year. A total of 18.188 million of the balance was written off as irrecoverable. Question 4A, which steps did the accounting officer take into consideration before writing off the fruitless expenditure of 18.188 million? Provide evidence. 4B, provide the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure balance of 6.226 million in the 2024-2025 financial year. Question 4C, why did the accounting officer not recover any fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the 2024-2025 financial year? Question 4D, who are the responsible officials? 4E, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? 4F, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? 4G, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabungule Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. We will then take you through to our responses as of question 4. I will ask the HOD to lead. HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Marupen Sishibe, the HOD for the department. In terms of our responses to question 4, they are as follows. On 4A, our response is that the department followed the unwanted expenditure management framework as issued by the National Treasury which requires that the department must conduct determinations of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the steps to be followed are 1. Assessment, 2. Determination, 3. Investigation, and 4. Its recovery, in that order. Please find the attached list with determination reports as approved by the department, which are annexed as Annexure 4A1 and A11, 4A2 and 4A3. And they are listed there underneath, which in actual fact are made up of SARS levy gratuity deductions of 16 million, and the leader's investment of 565,030 rand 22 cent, and employees rural allowance of 46,372 and 80 cent. In terms of our response to 4B, we have provided the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure thereof. Number 1 is interests, accumulated interest, which are sitting at 1.9 million. And then purchase of laptops not in use, 47,743.20 cents. Less attendance, it's sitting at 791,898,037 cents. Material irregularity, it's sitting at 3.4 million. And then no show, it's 74,000 and some odds. The total amount is 6,226,218.53 cents. In terms of 4C, our response is as follows. Determination is in progress, and we refer you to the determination reports that have been completed as we cited them above, which is 4A1, 4A2, 4A3, where we're indicating that where amounts are attributable to individuals, letters have been issued for representation, and we therefore attach the annexures as proof of those particular letters. And we are further indicating that irrecoverable amounts were written off. And I think in terms of the description of the breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as I alluded to above, we are providing a table where we are indicating the reasons and the status of the determination process, where we are indicating that in terms of the laptops, we are at a determination process which is in progress. And then in terms of the laptops, we are indicating that the amount was subsequently removed from the register as it is not fruitless and wasteful, but that these laptops are used as backup laptops. And then in terms of less attendance, we are further indicating that determination is in progress and letters were issued to the responsible officials. Material irregularity, we are indicating that investigation has been completed and the matter has been referred to Labor Relations, which has actually requested for re-investigation to enable them to identify, my apologies, the investigation is ongoing to enable them to close identified gaps around the amount for them to institute consequence management, which is a matter that I referred to earlier. And then in terms of the no-show, the progress is that determination is in progress and letters have been issued as well. In terms of our response on question 4D, we are saying that even here, the determination is in progress. The responsible officials will be identified as and when determination is completed on a transaction-by-transaction basis. And we are further saying the identified officials so far have been flagged in the annexures that we have attached, 4A1, 4A2, and 4A3. In terms of our response on question 4E, we are indicating that recoveries are in progress where officials were identified in terms of the attached annexures that we are referring to as 4A1, 4A2, and 4A3. On question 4F, our response, Honorable MEC, is that letters were written to officials to indicate their liability for wasteful and wasteful expenditure, for them to make representations so that the recoveries can then ensue when necessary. In terms of question 4G, we are saying that finance managers at districts were engaged through intergovernmental meetings between the municipalities and ESCOM, and it was resolved that the department should ensure that where the dates of issuing invoices are not aligned with the payment run dates, they are informed so that they can align them. And where invoices were not received, dedicated officials should actually follow up on time. Thank you,
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, MEC, for responding to question 4, which is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I have some few questions, maybe before I give honorable members a chance to ask. The first one, question 1, which steps did the accounting officer take into consideration before writing off? And we are asking on the first step, or under the description, the issue of SARS, and we are aware that it has since been removed and written off. But the question is, I just want to question the process of towards the removal of this irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And the very same issue that I'm raising has been raised by the AG of performance information, and also other honorable members have raised it. You don't give us the full information. You give us information, and then sometimes we ask ourselves, Urna, and then if you have a written evidence here, and you arrive at a situation when you don't get the full response of that particular issue, then it becomes a problem. So this SARS leave gratuity deductions, it was taken to the board, financial management board, and in their minutes, when they were engaging this issue of a recommendation to remove, they asked very serious questions, and they said, why did you wait for so long to deal with this thing? And you are going to tell us it is going to be about prescribing, that it is prescribed. And then secondly, is it not because we want to follow the money? Why are we not taking other ways or rules to ensure that that money is recovered? At the end of the minutes, I don't hear where the FMB is saying, write to the HOD or to the AGSA for removal. The end of the minutes were saying, we will hold another meeting in 2 weeks. And then from there, you see a letter to the HOD, you see a letter to the AG requesting the removal, to say the financial misconduct board has agreed, but there's no proof that they have agreed. Will convene another meeting in 2 weeks. That meeting, there's no record of that particular meeting as in your records. But the next letter is to the HOD, to the AGSA, to say remove the amount. So these are some of the discrepancies that we are observing. And digital, some of the information that you are raising is kind of convince or it can be able to assist us in refer total accountability. And the other thing, the issue of Ledo's investments. This company has taken the department to court. And then there's somewhere where you are saying, is it 246? 246, where as you are going, where you had the adjudicator who was the arbitrator, and then it was later taken to court. You lost the case, and then you had to pay the arbitrator. You had to pay the 565,000, which are the interest. We don't talk about the real amount which was charged for the project. We're still talking about the interest because there was a misunderstanding official with the company. So all these things cost the department or contributed to this amount that is irregular expenditure. They contributed big time to the 6 million. And we don't hear the department being very brutal on this case to say we have taken action against those officials. So we need to be taken on board as to what led to the misunderstanding when the LEDO was supposed to give you is it the handover or something? They said, no, we don't agree on this one, all those information. What was the agreement saying? What is the policy saying? Once we believe that the contractor has completed the handover and all those things, because I think the dispute is around there, where you did not agree on a certain process towards the end up finding the arbitrator up to court, you lost the case, you have to pay the interest, you have to pay the arbitrator, and then all those things. Can you clarify up to where a very practical action is indicated and how we are going to prevent these things? I think it is not the only case. Honorable Mabuja was talking about Zwada or something. So these are the cases that are contributing to our fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the irregular expenditure. We have got huge amount because we can't manage our service providers well, and sometimes they even observe that they can take advantage of the weaknesses within the department, and then they know that when you go to court, where is our attorney, the state attorney here? You see, these are very serious challenges. So there's a leakage in terms of money, because one, we don't get proper legal advice, because legal advice will say, you see this case, we're not going to win. You see this case, just engage this one. That act, Mr. Chochi, that you say even before you can consider, just consider talking so that you minimize the cost. So these are some of the issues that I wanted to raise that brought us to a huge amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So I'm going to give others a chance to ask on the irregular expenditure. Can we, Honorable Small?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. The overpayment to SARS on the 14th of 4th, 25, you said that there's an overpayment by SARS, to SARS, and there's an internal communication. I don't see any formal communication from you to SARS indicating, oh, oops, sorry, overpayment, can we rectify? I'm talking about, it happens, pension schemes and stuff, you know, you overpay. I think the legislature did it 1 year with members, and there was an overpayment, and there was a written, you know, and you're right to that. I don't see any of that attachments or any attempt, a formal thing. So can we be forwarded to that? Honourable Chair, I'm with you on this LIDA investment, and I'm looking at the timelines, and I'm looking at certain people that are sitting here that approved, and then other people that disapprove. So you go to court in 2022, you lose in the court on the 16th, 4th, 2022. Pay. On the 31st of that month, there's communications between the lawyers to say, we'll give you all of these papers, we've agreed. There's people there on the right-hand side, when the approval notes come, they sign, they say, 2 months later, please approve the pavement. Then 2 years goes past. 2 years. Then suddenly, someone in your legal department here says not recommended. Not recommended. But other people also say pay. Senior officials here, including previous acting HOD, Mr. Mashaba, even you were one of the people that says pay. And it extends later on to 25. I don't know exactly when the actual payment went through, the full payment. But now you guys are playing for 3 years. Someone is playing this thing. So my question would be this: if your legal person there in the department says don't pay, I did not say his recommendations, his legal advice, Honorable. What is his basis? So I would very much like to see what is his basis for the payment when senior people above him, DDGs, are saying pay. Then there is accountability here. Because that means the dragging of the court and the dragging of the thing is problematic. But it is also concerning when the person that didn't want to pay says that the items were not on site. They couldn't verify some of the things there. And I couldn't pick up that report that indicates exactly what were the itemized issues that were not on part. It's not part of this record keeping here, Honorable MEC. It's not here. It's quite detailed. I mean, from a legal perspective, it is. But it's very concerning for me when you are fighting the system out of 2 years, not paying when you lost it, and it leads up to expenditure. It only says to me one thing: you either didn't have money to pay, and you were playing for time, which cost money because you didn't know how to bill, how to come. This person went once to court for money. He went multiple times because he went during the course of the payment. I picked up on something at some point for 835 million also. He also went for court. This is just the outstanding matter that we were dealing with. So it went. So there is an issue, Chairperson, and let me ask this: did you, MEC, were you able to, or HOD, were you able to review the recommendations of the then or current legal advisor to you? I don't know if he's still there or not. Did he give you a full report on why he didn't want to accept it? Because based on that, you guys didn't approve it or didn't pay. The CFO didn't pay because there was the recommendations waiting for the CFO, and I can't pick up on the CFO's yes or no. But other people did say yes. Mr. Khamosh, I don't know how else to say it. It's a mess.
No, maybe Honorable Small, let's ask them if they have agreed they are here to account. Have they paid or not? Because there's a recommendation, and that recommendation from the EHNW was also supported by the acting chief cooperative service. And yes. we don't hear the HOD or acting HOD saying no, I won't pay or I'll pay. But there are vouchers for payments there. There are, I can locate where they said they've paid or a voucher for the amount that is indicated here.
I agree.
So let's give it to them, then they will be able to give us the light on that. MEC?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Mabunguli Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. Thank you for the questions that have been raised. I think I'm going to ask the HOD to lead us in answering additional questions to question 4. HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Maropen Sishibe, the HOD of the department. Let me request that Ndatema Lati, Ndatema Shab and the CFO assist us in responding to the questions and then cover in through you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Malaki. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure. Thank you. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure. Just to explain the latest issue, JV issue, from the side of infrastructure, what has happened is that as we sign contracts with these service providers, at some point there were issues of non-performance from the contractor. And as guided by the JBCC that we normally sign, he was issued with notices of default, and as per the provisions of the contract, we felt that there was no improvement, and we eventually went the way of terminating the contract because we were not getting the service that we expected from the service provider. But the issue is that the service provider as well as rights, and as you terminate them, they have the right to litigate. They have the right to litigate. Our responsibility is just to make sure that when we go through this process, we go through the process in line with the provisions of the contract. I'm not very sure of the details, because what happens is that once there's litigation, the case is handed over to the legal team, and what happens from there moving forward is details that can be explained very well by legal people. Thank you.
In short, has it been paid, yes or no? Simple, yes or no? Can we just have a yes or no answer?
Yeah, maybe we can give it back to the MEC or to the HOD just to deal with it.
Yes or no?
Oh, Honorable MEC, may I request the CFO to clarify the payment through you?
Thank you, HOD. My name is Yvonne Matabata. The payment was made on page 288.
Day?
The payment was made.
On which day?
23 of 9, 2024.
Mr. Masham, service issues.
No, thanks. My name is Martin Mashaba, the Chief of Corporate Services. Gross money, I think on the service matter, we had laid out under the impression that previously we had provided detailed But effectively, what happened, as you have rightfully observed, I think this must have been 2012, 2011, but it was back then. What happened was that when the reconciliation was made of the payment that was made to SARS, we picked up that there was a huge charge made against the department, and then we started engaging with SARS. And then I think in our previous files that we submitted, we indicated the email communications where we were querying the amount. It was previously, I think, around over 100 million until it came down to 20 million because we were querying to say that, however, there were some payments that we had made which they had missed. So when they did their reconciliation, they just said, this is what your return is saying, and this is what the system is saying. And then because of that, there were issues. So when we were investigating where this matter came from, that is when it came up that this was supposed to have been money that was withheld from officials, but which was not paid over. So we started engaging with them just to find out how they came to that amount until it came down to where ultimately the money was paid. But as I said, we can make the documents available that shows the original engagements with the insights. Thanks.
Yeah, I think if you remember, Honorable Smal, indeed the last year they were detailed in terms, and even the attachment. I think this they were just giving us progress. But my question is, there is no clear indication that the FMB has said yes, let it go for removal. Are we missing a document at the minutes of the second meeting that was agreed to say it must happen in the next 2 weeks according to the first minutes? And then, yeah, on the payments, I can see it. The only thing that maybe made us not to relate it to it very well is that now it's no longer 56, now it's 50, it's 59, what. So, but it is clear to say this is the court order that you must pay that service provider and also the adjudicator for being in favor of the service provider. So, yeah. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for the member of this committee. As to why did the accounting officer not recover some of the monies relating to surplus and wasteful expenditure? The department is saying they issued out letters to some of these officials. Wanted to check why is it that there were no stronger consequent management measures that were taken against these officials. And with regards to the laptops that were purchased and not in use, where are these laptops now? Those are my 2 questions, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I'm also worried about the interest to 1.9 million, because I wanted to ask them what are they coming from? I know we have issues to Eskom and to Telkom, but I don't think they can amount to this, or maybe it's also including the 560 something million, because that was as a result of interest. Yeah, maybe it's closing that gap that was making me to say, hey, okay, we can respond to this others.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabungulu Ramakanya, MEC for Education. We welcome the questions. They are direct to the point. I'm going to ask the HOD and the team to answer the question as asked under question 4.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. My name is Marope Sushibo. Let me request the CFO to respond to the question on the breakdown of the interest.
Thank you, my name is Ivona Kawata. The interest is made up of interest charged including ESCOM, municipalities, and interest charged on legal cases. And the other high amount was the one for the ELRC, where there was the one for, I'll say, rural allowance, where officials were not paid honestly. And when they took us to court, then the interest, they said we must pay it retrospectively, and it had interest on that one. Thank you.
And you settled even without following. Okay. Hey, that one is out of record.
Just one question on that.
My name is Sibon Matravata. The one on the laptop, Honorable, they've been distributed and given to officials. They are not being used. Thanks.
Okay.
Chair, can the department provide the committee with a breakdown of the legal expense against what is this against Lido's investments, everything, the full breakdown until you concluded the file from start to finish?
Okay. I'm not sure if it is attached because the amounts that we have noticed is this one that is of interest, and then the 2.2 something for the arbitrator, the adjudicator. Yeah, on rural allowance, let me see. We paid interest. You can see the interests are wanting as we need to do.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Abudurule Ramakanya, MEC for Education and Limpopo. Indeed, you'll remember that when we were dealing with the rural allowance issues, there was also some CEM decision on those payments. So under the minister, there were decisions that were taken. And when those decisions are taken in Limpopo, when we're taken to court, the court will rule it in the way that they will understand, even though we had to provide, because you'll remember that CEM then, or policy imperatives, dealt away with that type of allowances. And I think what was not communicated better was when you have to stop and also informing the team, but we had to abide by the court ruling. I think we hear you in terms of saying we'll submit the information.
Where I normally work for. The tendency of misleading the MEC. Even when the MEC, she's working very hard. I want to go back on some of the questions that they raised. I mean the responses. I find it somehow. I'm not so sure as to whether I've seen it. Expenditure in the department is committed by this official. We all know this official. But in their response, MEC, I'm not so sure as to whether you've seen, No, they still want to determine who is that official. Is that kind of a response? Surely it can't be a response. And I don't know, surely it can't be a response. If an irregular expenditure is committed, we all know who is responsible. To write, if you check that question, it says who are the responsible officials? Who are the responsible officials? And therefore they are saying determination is in progress. Other we are not kids here. We are not kids. This kind of response should be the first and the last time this kind of answer of responses is submitted to this committee. We know people who in actual fact committed this particular irregular expenditure. And if it's deemed, and no matter what action did the executive authority against those account officers, but a letter has been written to official and indicate they are liable. If I can ask a question on top of that particular response, okay, you have written letters. How far? When did we in actual fact took that action to recover that money? Because this matters already 12 months has passed. This matters. And we have not yet recovered the money. So I was saying, Chair, in future, let's not allow the officials to play games with us here. They must take us serious. You can't say when an irregular expenditure has been committed and we know the official and we just respond and say no, the determination is in the next meeting with them. This thing I know, even the MEC can attest to that. Then got a tendency of lying and even taking time to respond. So what provoked me is this kind of a response, Honorable Chair. You must just take time to just be patient. When a person says no, the determination is in process, they are not aware, or maybe they are scared of something. Oh. No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Salani, Dr. Chair Salani. What you are raising, indeed, it is what we have been telling the department to say. Let's respond to questions honestly and fully. Because if you look at the very same response that you are referring to, determination is still in progress. You see, and I used to say, in progress is not progress. When you say is in progress, you will say we have identified 1, 2, 3, we have done 1, 2, 3, we are still left with 1, 2, 3. That is progress, that is in progress. But just to say in progress, in fact, you have not said anything. So these are the challenges that we are facing, and that is why we are saying in the next meeting, we want the department to say all these issues that we are raising today must be submitted together with the progress of the resolutions. So what you are raising is 100% that the MEC might be misled. I agree we've got the DG and the DG and director who are responsible for a particular section. So sometimes they will tell the MEC what she wants to hear, and which is not necessarily the whole truth and only the truth. So MEC, I am saying, and I'm on record to say, I know that thing happens. And I know it happens even in the Department of Education. Fortunately, with education I can say, yes, I know it happens. With other departments, I may say it might, but here I know it happens. To an extent that even when you are, they say, no, you don't tell us the problems here. When you tell them the real situation that you are confronted with, they say, hey, don't tell us those things. And then now you are going to put flowers on what you are presenting. We're not knowing very well that indeed there are challenges. And then when they're going to report to you, they report with decorated flowers. You take the whole report decorated and you bring it to us. But because we are living on this province, we know the real situations. And indeed, it's very unfortunate, but we think Dr. and Honorable Chair Selani, we are trying by all means that these things are uprooted from our systems. And we know that because many officials or many people, let me just say, many people are used to those practices. It is not going to be easy, but ultimately we must get rid of. We must present honest and what is happening in the department, so that when when the MEC presents the APP, we know that this is going to be followed, and if there are delays and whatever, they will be real and they will be reported and will assist the department, because one of the main things of oversight is to assist the very same department to perform better. It's not to ridicule the MEC or any official, but we are saying with these mistakes that you are committing, please take care of 1, 2, 3, with the aim of one day having a clean audit and not even having anybody to charge, because everybody will be taking his and her responsibility. So MEC, we hope that we will improve, and with the HOD working together as a team and the management team, let's go and make sure that we do things right. So that was on the irregular expenditure and on the wasteful, fruitless and wasteful. And then can we move to question number 5? There's a proposal that they are more or less the same. If we can just deal with them at the same time. Question number 5 and 6. Achievement of plan targets and strategic planning and performance management. Honorable Sebopela.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put you through question 5, achievement of planning targets. In paragraph 26 of the agency report, the department did not achieve targets in progress 2 public ordinary schools. Why did the accounting officer fail to achieve all the planned targets? Who are the responsible officials? What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this? On strategic planning and performance management, in paragraph 32 of the agency report, specific information systems were not implemented to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets. Core objectives and service delivery as required by the Public Service Regulation 25(1) EI. Why did the accounting officer fail to implement the specific information systems to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets? Core objectives and service delivery. Who are the responsible officials? What action has been taken against those responsible officials? What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amise.
Thank you, Chair, and the honorable members. I'm Mabungulero Ramakanya, the MEC of Education in Limpopo. We received question 5, and I will then request the HOD to lead in responding to question 5, HOD.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. My name is Marupin Sishibe, the HOD of the department. In terms of our response to question 5, Honorable MEC, our answer on 5A is as follows. The underachievement in program 2 was in the following indicators, and the reasons for the underachievement are as indicated in the table below. In this table, you will then note that we are indicating that we have underperformed in as far as SOI 202 is concerned, which relates to the number of learners in no-fee public ordinary schools in line with the National School Nutrition. My apologies, National Norms and Standard Funding. Our target in this regard was 1,695,000 learners, but our achievement is 1,653,820 learners, and our variance is 41,180. The reasons for underachievement in this regard, we are saying the target was based on the estimates taking into account the learner enrollment in the previous years. But due to the population migration, the total number of learners decreased during the 24-25 academic year. On POI 206, the number of focus schools offering a technical vocational stream, the target was 15, the achievement is 10, the variance is 5, and the reasons of underachievement are as follows. The targeted 15 schools was based on the number of schools that were to be fully compliant as focus schools and registered as such. All the 15 schools are fully compliant as focus schools, but the registration thereof for them to be formally declared as focus schools will be finalized in the academic year 2026. In terms of question 5B, the responsible officials are therefore highlighted as acting DDG, IGCS, and acting DDG curriculum delivery. On 5C, our response is that the officials were tasked with revising targets so that they are smart to prevent recurrence. Where targets are based on estimates, they present the same challenge. Such targets should be revised and refined to meet the SMART principle so that they can be supported for audit purposes. As below, the department's targets were not within the departmental control as described above. And I think we've already spoken to the reasons as captured there below. In terms of question 5D, our reasons, Honorable MEC, are that on SOI 202, we are saying that noting that the population movement is beyond the control of the department, no mitigation reasons could be set to address this. The department, however, will ensures that 100% of learners in no-fee paying schools receive support as per the National Norms and Standard for School Funding. On POI 206, we are saying that the draft framework for registration of focus schools have been finalized and will ensure that the schools that qualify are registered accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think you should also respond to question number 6, because in most cases they are related in one or another. Number 6.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. In terms of question number 6, our response is as follows. The systems in place would not prevent underachievement in the programs that were audited, noting the reasons for underachievements that were as follows. On SOI 202, the underachievement was due to population migration and not attributable to non-performance by the official. On POI 206, the underachievement was due to the fact that the department was still finalizing the framework for recognition of focus schools that would inform the registration of such schools as focus schools. The consultative processes that are necessary for registration of schools as a focus school were still underway. However, all the 15 schools were fully capacitated to function as focus schools. No action was thus then taken against any official, as it was not necessary to take action. On 6B, we are indicating the officials responsible as the acting DDG for IGCS and acting DDG curriculum delivery. On question 6C, we are saying our response is that no action was taken against an official or officials after consideration of the reasons for the underachievement, which indicated that the achievement was not due to poor performance by the responsible officials. Our answer on 6D is as follows. On SOI 202, noting that the reasons for underachievement was due to population migration, which was beyond the control of the department, no new measures were deemed necessary. And on SOI 206, our response is that the department has developed a framework for recognition of focus schools. Thank you, Honorable MC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, MSc. Question 5 and 6, you can ask questions on all of them, but maybe that issue of just writing positions, MEC can see. Now you have to go to the files and look who was the DDG by then. But if it was written, you don't have to do extra work. But the other thing that I want to raise or just ask is that the focus school, in fact, we cannot say they are all they are fully compliant as focus school because the registration process is still on. Agree when we are saying they comply fully, it is when they are registered, everything that is needed legally or whatever has been complied to. So I don't think to say they are fully compliant should be taken as such. So, but the other issue is that are you only, was the target only about the technical vocational stream, or we wanted all the focus school in the province? Maybe if you can just ask that before I ask my question, further question. Was it only technical?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, and sorry for that.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll request the HOD to deal with the question.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable MEC. My name is Marupin Sishibe. I'm going to ask my colleague, the DDG responsible for this branch, Dr. Mulongwane, just to talk to the issue of the focus schools. Sorry? Oh, it's my apologies. It's curriculum. Okay. No, my apologies, Red.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll deal with it. My name is Mabungu, MEC for Education in Limpopo, and apologies, I think the water went to the wrong pipe. The decision was that we should have schools that we can call focus schools, and they are registered on such, because when we deal with the grants and also when we deal with the curriculum resources, we need to be able to identify. You know that we have got technical schools, we have got agricultural schools. Now with the discussion with the Department of LIDET, they will also want to flag on schools that are specializing in tourism. So that is why the whole process of registering them. But remember, when you talk about a certain functionaries in terms of schools, there should be specific safety measures that happens in technical schools, that in your normal school where kids are just coming in and out, the school will not be expected to adhere to certain safety measures. So there is that process, and I think we just fell behind the timelines of us to be able to finalize. Thank you, Chair.
So this was only referring to the technical schools or even agricultural schools like you are mentioning. The 15 is only technical. It's all that we are having. But the question that I want to ask is that, and it looks like curriculum is not there, because when the issue was curriculum person is not there. Are you aware of what is happening in those schools, or you just pumping money? I'm saying so, and I'll give you an example of agricultural schools, and I'll give you an example of one agricultural school. I believe when you say this is a focus school, you want to produce learners who will focus or focus their career on agriculture. And on the very scarce skills that we are having, we want to produce the veterinarian, those who can take do research on the improvement of food security and all those things. Now, you have an agricultural school, Honorable Mabuja, where we know, all of us, that there is no qualification in agriculture in the tertiary institution, which you can do if you have not done maths. I think everybody should be aware of that. So you have an agricultural school, which is a focus school, where they are giving grants, they are buying cattle, they are buying goats, they are buying tractors and all these things. And you find that 60% of those learners are doing maths lit with agricultural sciences, no physical sciences, with maybe agricultural management or agricultural technology. And curriculum is there in the province. And I'm sure they don't know, because if they know, they should correct that particular situation, or treat that school as like my school. You know my school. We're doing agriculture and they're passing it very well, but we don't get any grant. So where do my children who are doing agricultural sciences and maths lit, and those who are in that focus school where they're getting grants, they are going to go to the same general. They can't do. We can't produce what we want. We want to produce the skills that we want to produce. So if we are just receiving grants and give these focus schools and don't know what are they doing, which is our main vision, to say we want to produce technical, because we know that we have got mines, we want artisans, we want these people. But you go to a technical school, agricultural geography, and only one a technical subject. When they go to tertiary, you can't even trace them, because you can't find them where you are supposed to find them. And you must also check the output. In this agricultural school or technical school, we had so many learners passing. Probably they are in the tertiary and following the same stream. After 3 years, 4 years, we are expecting that we will not have a challenge in the province in terms of veterinary services, a research in terms of what crop is suitable. We won't have a challenge with regards to the artisans in the mine in Atop, in Kopani, and elsewhere in the province. But if you can't do that, this grants that you are receiving and causing irregular expenditure and even the fruitless expenditure, they are just worthless. So I'm calling, and I think I even spoke about this in one of our Kotla MSC, if you remember, because this thing pains me a lot. We have got a school, the home school principal, somebody will just come and then they don't even know now how many, how much stock do we have. Learners are doing agriculture, but they've never even went to see artificial insemination done live. They've never even went to the field to see those animals there. But we are saying it's a focus school. So this is the challenge that I want to raise. And I want to see a very practical measures being put in place to say, if you are a technical school, be a technical school, do technical. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe let me check others if they have questions. Honorable Smith?
Yes, Chairperson. I think you touched on the names of the individuals because we are a committee of record. It's like in question 3, you just submitted names but not the designation. Here you just go with the designation. So I don't know, because it's an acting position, I think people do change. Just to latch on, because if you say that the 15 schools were fully capacitated to function as focus schools, it means everything is fine. They tick all the boxes. If you say you are still waiting for a framework, so the framework then speaks to what is it that you want to deliver or how you want to measure. So depending on the curriculum or depending on what is it that you want to achieve. Now, why wouldn't your processes run hand in hand? Why wouldn't you, while you identifying the 15 or busy getting the 15 going, you would start with this side at the same time? I try to explain that to me in layman terms. I don't understand that. Then I would also want to know, what criteria did you use to choose the 15? I mean, we've got over 3,000 schools in Limpopo province. So how did you choose the 15? Yeah, I think, and yeah, are we moving from 15 to another number in the next few years? What does that upscale look like? Because I think at the end it is our constitution says every person has got access to basic education, and that means a fair process, equally so within the Department of Education. So I'm just trying to see, are we treating equal? Because it speaks to you about learner A that now wants to go to another school, and then we sit with another problem. So I just want to understand that methodology of yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavocha, a member of this committee. Chair, you know, you touched on a certain issue that has been troubling me for quite a number of years. Chair, I'm from a township, and in that township that I'm from, more schools are becoming white elephants because of this migration. But the other thing is that most parents are attracted to this town, these schools in town, because they are able to offer a curriculum that would speak to their children being a better person in future, unlike in our township schools. So parents are, it's a reality check, we can debate it. Parents are taking their kids from the township to town. They will ask us for our proof of residence here or their cousins, then they flood them in schools in town. Then those schools in townships become white elephants. But if these schools are transformed, or their curriculum are transformed to offer something that is part of this focus. Maybe it's agricultural, but we know nothing about cows. But if it's more technical, Chair, I'm telling you that parents would find it convenient for them to take their kids to those schools. And the other thing is that the state of the infrastructure in our schools, in townships, it's very bad. And then I think last year, during our sessions in this particular session, we asked the department, these schools that are now white elephants, they transferred them back to public works. How many of those schools have been transferred? How many of those schools have been closed down? Because in my ward I know of 2. So it's a problem, Chair. So the other thing is that year in, year out, you will meet parents here at the circuit office fighting to have their kids admitted and stuff. And then the other thing, Chair, kids will not be guided properly. Someone will want to will do accounting and then do maths literacy. This person is doomed. The only stream that can accommodate him is BA Arts, maybe LLB, and this person would apply would in his mind would think that I'm going to be an accountant, and you'd find that these kids have passed with very good marks, but udile maths literacy. So it means this one is just going to be in limbo for the academic year that is to follow. So I'm just saying, HOD, you are new in the system. Please, these white elephant schools, there are a lot, and they are still going to grow because people want the best. For as long as you are going to build a Bendo High School here sometime, you must know that another school is going to close in a village or a township. They will want to bring their kids to that new school because you will bring the latest technologies, all the nice things will be at that school. So please, just try to meet our people halfway. Even when you bring good things in town, please just go and benchmark on one in one village or one township. You will see parents will stop taking their kids to town. They will stay in their Yantwich. And then, curriculum, Leona, please, let's guide our kids properly. It pained me a lot when I met parents crying, thinking, well, my daughter is going to be a doctor. Next thing, this daughter did medical trace. So, Chair, I think that's all from me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to add more discussion on what is said. You see, we said we want to transform our education system so that it responds to the economic needs of our country and our province in particular. Hence, these focus schools that we want to have artisans, we want to have agriculture is one industry that is emerging very, very strongly in the province. And most of the, we are even exporting most of the products, our ZZ2, many of our people are investing in the agricultural side. So it's very critical that our education speaks to agriculture. So, but what we are saying is that we must speak to the real skills that we need. We don't need skills of a farm worker who is going to deal with or to harvest and whatnot. That skill is almost readily available. We want skills that will come up with research findings that will come to deal with the problems that we are facing now. Now we had floods, MDC, and it looks like it's going to happen for some time because of the climate change. So we want people who must go out and research. Then what type of crop should we plant? This flood comes with a lot of diseases to our animals. What is it that is what we need? We need veterinarians and so on and so on. We need artisans who have got minds. So this is our focus schools that we're meeting. And I'm not sure if the education system maybe is intending to increase them to to what level. I think that is what the smart is saying. But what Honorable Mabuja is raising is very critical. Our rural and town and township schools, that migration, we can't avoid because the support that the rural schools and get, I mean the township and the rural schools get, is not the same as the support in the city. Maybe not from the department, but in the city, parents are able to augment what is needed. In the city, rural and whatever, there's no augmentation. They rely on the norms and standards. They rely on the books that they are given. And then once a learner loses a book, then to retrieve it is very critical. We are aware of those challenges. And again, strategically the department, and I'll just give an example, and will pardon me because sometimes we must give example of what we know and what we understand on the ground. You see, MSc, and unfortunately there's no leader or curriculum here who will take this. The weighting of subjects. The subjects, Honorable Dr. Chair, that are done by most of the rural schools, their weightings are very less, meaning they're going to receive less teachers. Unlike your dances, I don't think one Saudi dance is only in the city, and the weighting is very high. So these are the discrepancies that deliberately the department must be able to address. The recent one, where the weighting of agriculture was taken down. And that is why in almost all high school where they are doing agriculture, there is an access teacher. And if you check the access teacher, is agriculture. But you are saying you are developing focus school for agriculture, while the poor rural schools, you are dealing with that directly, aware or unaware. But that is the reality that is there. And we don't even, so these are some of the things that when we plan, we must look into. So we want to develop a skills related to agriculture. We have about maybe two in Capricorn agricultural schools, in Waterberg, there's one in Birmingham. There are not more than 10. But what about those learners who are doing this subject in ordinary schools? They must also have that chance. But if we reduce the weight, then we are killing. So we can't even have a balance. So let's ensure that we know these things. We go and check with the curriculum. What is happening in European? What is happening in Kushli? What is happening in a technical school, for example, SJ? What is happening? So that we are sure what is going to be achieved there is what we want. So I think these are the questions that we raising in this one.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mabungulirule Ramakanya, MEC for Education in Limpopo. I think I'll deal with the issues, and if maybe I've left something, the team will assist. Chair, we have categorized our schools, as you are aware, as my former chair in the SATU and also my former principal. We deal with two issues, which I think from what you are saying and the honorable members are saying has made us to arrive at the decisions that we have taken at both EXCO and at both operational level at a department. One, our schools have got quintile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And in terms of the quintiles, when we deal with the norms and standards, we deal with them equally, except that we'll be looking at the numbers and all those things. In terms of the resources that we give equally. I just want to start there so that then we have normalized, we have tried to deal with the divide that says you are a rural, you are an urban. So what happens in quintile 4 and 5, the parents are able to pay extra money So a parent that will want their children to leave a township to town, they are ready to deal with taking out extra money for whatever. In quintile 1, 2, 3, when they deal with sports, they will actually be working with school sports, working with our Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So Sports, Arts and Culture will augment a lot of their uniform, their Department of Sports to train them when they are in quintile 1, 2, 3. But when you come to quintile 4, 5, the parents are buying everything. They do tennis, they do all these things, and the parents are buying. So it's because of those that can access and have more money, but we do that equally for all our learners. The 1.8, we treat them equally. So I just wanted to talk to that. But the second issue is also about the management. We have established that there are delinquencies in management as my team, respected principals, that will not deal with management when they are at a certain level. They neglect the work, and that we are focusing on. And it's just that when we were dealing with our reflection, we are also looking at saying, how do we deal with a management? And the HOD was even saying there is a way that we can deal with a principal that does not perform, be it primary or secondary, management issues under governance. So you'll find that parents, because of the management of issues in a school, but also we are forced to deal with an extended management issue of SGBs that are part of our schools. So when we have tried to reinforce last year, one, we have taken a decision which a circular by the HOD has already been released, Chair, on focusing on the curriculum streams. We are making principals to go and be accountable. We had a meeting with the circuit managers. We have started it at that level. We are going to, at an operational level, I've got a program with this team that we are going to all the 10 districts like what I did in 2023. We are going now specifically for curriculum issues like you are saying, because they are in tatters. We have tested in 2025 that from grade 10 to grade 12, the principals were no longer allowed to change the subject willy-nilly. You know that when it's time for exams after July, they panic. So we were not allowing it last year because we want to start to contain the curriculum issues. But also we have gone back on the circular to say, when a school is doing business studies, these are specific subjects that a learner can do. You can't wake up and say, I'm in business studies, you start to do something that is not within that space. To reinforce that, Chair, I can give you an example that currently we are with, is it SICA, that has come back to assist us with the accounting learners. They have sat with us and says we are ready to mentor. They are even giving us bursaries. In corridors, it means when we talk about the focus schools, we are talking about those that were existing. We are lobbying schools to change their subjects to be technical or to be agricultural. But the issue that the honorable member was asking, why are you dealing with it in twofold, is because currently we still have to also say from the PPN in terms of the human resource, I should recruit teachers to be in class for those subjects. So we are dealing with the backlog that you will not have a teacher for a specific subject, but at the same time you need to address a need that I should provide a teacher. So the policy matters have to be integrated, where now the recruitment will have to also focus on those teachers that we don't have in our schools, so that then we can address the issues that the chair and the honorable members are doing. And these are decisions that we have already taken. And from the PPN year 2025, as we dealt with it in September, it is addressing these issues. So when we say we want agricultural schools, I can share with you, Chair, that the shock that maybe you had, we had a grant that was for agriculture. So I then tested it to call all principals that are of agricultural schools. And I invited them with their district directors and their circuit managers to the meeting with the CFO and the team year curriculum that are saying these are the schools that deserved. So we asked them, if we give you this money, what are you going to do with it? But we will see when the money arrives. And that made us to be aware that even if a school is calling itself technical, it might not be able to say, this is my need. And I did that exercise with all the principals. So what we have done also for technical schools that are teaching technical subjects, we are under the DG, which is a process that we started in the Department of Education. We have spoken to the TVETs to say, if you are in Sishihu, you are going to adopt these schools. But because that is DHED and we are basic education, we are busy under the DG and the HOD to finalize those agreements. So in Sishihu, I will have that TVET adopting 2 or 3 secondary schools where the parents will agree that their children should do technical and learn plumbing from secondary level. So that is a process that we are doing. It takes time because national now, the minister that was DDM champion here, we have started the process, has changed. Now we are starting the discussion, but maybe because the office here, Minister of DHED has already written that they want to have those bilaterals. So those are the processes. That's why I'm not giving them, because those are policy issues that I need to take responsibility and champion, and we need to look at it. The criteria is that the schools were existing, but at EXCO level we are saying in each district we should have a school that is focusing on tourism, we should have a school that is on agriculture, we should have a school that is on arts and culture, we should have a school that is normally those that we have identified as maths and science, specifically purely because those kids excel in that. But remember, one of the things that we are reinforcing now is that primary schools needs to be a feeder of a secondary school. So you can't be all over. So as we align our ECDs to be feeders of primary schools, we are identifying that primaries should also be feeders of the secondary. So, Chair, these issues that the honorable members and the honorable chair of the committee are raising, they are in process, and I can confirm because I lead the team to discuss this, but also our memorandum, I'm sure you saw the MEC of Agriculture Ed Hans Merensky giving us the whole section that Bona as agriculture from the memorandum that we have agreed upon. They will make sure that the extension officers are there. Because even if I've got cows, if I don't have the extension officers, my teacher will teach up to a certain level. So we need the extension officers from agriculture to go now to the field with that cow, with the learners, because we can't deny that for the longest time the kids did not do agriculture. They were only in class and doing it in class. Because some of the principals, when you ask, they only do agriculture like what you are saying. And we are coming back to fight the ratings, because why the weight will go down is because there's no other practical side. And now with the climate and everything, we need to really align. There are schools that are doing well and there are schools that are not doing well. But that is where we are in terms of the other issue that EXCO and ourselves as executive authority we need to do with my colleagues is that we need to be able to say when there is a team or in a district, the kids are good athletes. How does sports and me invest in them? We have studied with the other colleagues in other provinces. Gauteng has got schools of excellence for sports, and they poach. When our kids are good in athletics, they are taking them, they take them to body because bakoba grumaka athletics. So that as well we are discussing with sports arts and culture. That's why maybe you saw us collaborating with the clubs that are coming and other people. So there are programs that we are doing. Our apologies that sometimes maybe because they move slower, and we can confirm in Limpopo we have got plus or minus 3,800 schools, both primary and secondary schools. And these issues that we are talking about, will be in secondary schools, but also in primary schools, because we want to have programs that train the children immediately when they go to grade 3, 4. They need to start to shape their own destiny. So I felt I should just expand. But Chair, most of the issues that the honorable members have raised were also on just telling us on how to go and deal with the issues. And I think there is the discussion on the issues of the support for the quintile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to say how do you get biased, but we are trying, because these issues also goes with the infrastructure. So on our planning, we are saying when we go to a school that has got a focus schools on agriculture, on technical subject, on dance, on tourism, it will not be the same with just saying you are building a school. So these are policy issues that we are trying to check and change amongst ourselves and see how best can we deal with it. If I take it that, Chair, most of the items that the honorable members have said, we have heard you, and we'll try our best to improve on the way that honorable members are giving direction. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think the MEC has actually dealt with the items raised on question 4, 5, and question 6. Yeah, can we go to question number 7?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Question 7 relates to procurement and contract management. In paragraph 33 of the AG's report, the Auditor General was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that all extensions or modifications to contracts were approved by a properly delegated official as required by section 44 of the PFMA. In paragraph 34, some of the invitations for competitive bidding were not advertised for a required minimum period as required by Treasury Regulation 16463C. In paragraph 35, some of the contracts were awarded to bidders based on evaluation, education criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding as required by Treasury Regulations 16A4, A63A and B. Question A. Why did the accounting officer fail to comply with the supply chain management process from paragraphs 33 to 35? Explain each paragraph. B. Did the department disclose these transactions as irregular expenditure for the period under review? Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? E. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabunguliru Ramakanya, MEC for Education. I'm going to ask the HOD to lead in the first part of answering the question 7. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Maropin Sushive, the HOD of the department. In terms of our responses to question 7, our answers are as follows. At 7A, our response, Honorable MEC, in terms of finding at paragraph 33, we are saying that the Vola Trust failed to submit the JBCC within the required time frame to the Auditor General, and that resulted in the limitation of scope findings. However, maybe the CFO has just indicated to me here that this has been removed. At paragraph number 34, our response is that there was failure to adhere to the prescribed bid advertising period as per the Treasury regulations, and also that there was an inadequate oversight and quality control in the bid administration process before publication, and further that there was lack of an effective compliance checklist or approval steps to ensure statutory timeframes are met before the advertisement. And at paragraph 35, our response in terms of that is that the implementing agent failed to provide requested information within the required 3 days to support that the awards made were aligned to the evaluation criteria. The information, however, was subsequently provided for determination processes. In terms of question B, 7B, our response, Honorable MEC, is that the transactions were disclosed as irregular expenditure and that the findings on contract management were classified as internal control deficiencies. At 7C, we are highlighting the names of the responsible officials who happen to be members of the BEC as well as members of the BAC. At D, our response is that the information was subsequently retrieved and provided during the irregular expenditure determination, and further that the irregular expenditure was that deemed prior period error, and no further action was taken as such, as the amount was removed from the registrar, and we have attached the necessary report in that regard as an annexure 7D. At E, at question 7E, our response is that the accounting officer has directed that instances of non-compliance be subjected to formal consequence processes to determine whether there was negligence or misconduct. And further that where financial loss is confirmed, recovery processes be initiated in line with section 38(1)(c) subsection Roman figure 2 of the PFMA and applicable treasury prescripts. With regard to, and that further that there is an ongoing training sessions which have been instituted for members of the BEC as well as the BAC to focus on application of PPP-FA formulas, the question of award principles based on the highest points scored, as well as the legal and audit consequences of non-compliance. We are further saying that internal control to be involved in the retrieval process and to avoid direct engagement with the auditors and implementing agent in order to cap a situation where information is not submitted on time. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Questions for Gravity? Honorable Manchester, Honorable Usman, Honorable
No, thanks, Chair. My name is Machete Pris. Just on the ongoing training sessions vis-a-vis the accrued knowledge that the officials have, that how do you balance the applicability of their knowledge in their day-to-day running of their work and the ongoing training session? I'm just raising this because at that level of the supply chain management, that's where we have challenges that lead to many problems. So I just want to check, because the issue of ongoing training session could be applicable perhaps when there are amendments in the PPPFA or whatever. But the reality is that the department has appointed qualified personnel to be in that regard. And if things are not going and they have got that impact
in the overall department, we should begin to ask ourselves whether these ongoing training sessions have got an impact on what we want to achieve. Because it should be the home bodies that are there that should be able to take us forward, because they have this capacity that they have acquired through their times before they get into the department. But it seems as if this problem does not come to an end. Therefore, the question that will arise is, how do we then tighten so that things don't happen in the pretext that we are not capable, while we know that these are the people that have qualification that have taken. And I would want to believe that at that level you can't take anybody. Supply chain management. A person that should sit in the bid evaluation and bid adjudication committees should be the people that understand what is happening. So I just want to check that. How do you balance what they possess as officials and the ongoing training that is there? Is it able to assist so that we are able to have the required results, or is just continuous? Are we able to assess the extent to which their personal capabilities are able to assist as added to the training sessions? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you,
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. First of all, the easy part, the BEC members and BAC members, I don't know where they're from, if they're Mvula people or if they're department people, what they are, who they are, first of all. Secondly, after this process, it goes to someone. That someone signs off to say that the process met all the criteria. Who is that someone? After it goes past these two, who signs that off on behalf of the department, or makes the recommendations to say that it met all the minimum requirements? Chairperson, to say that there should be training and everything, if you bid for coffee and I deliver tea, or you change it to tea, you change the price, you change the technical aspect of what it is, the classification of the steel, the piping, or anything, it is irregular. So I don't know what issues were changed within the application, because paragraph 30 says the contract were awarded to bidders based on a criteria that were different from those stipulated in the original invitation. So if you're not comparing apples with apples, the contract should have been withdrawn, should have been redone. So now I'm asking you, are you able to submit the scoring matrix of the day? Are you able to do that? 1. 2. Why did you not withdraw the contract or make recommendations to withdraw the contract? Because you did not compare apples with apples. And if it is an infrastructure project, what technical specifications are not met? Because if it's technical specifications that were not met, it means that a safety issue comes now to play. Either the lifespan of the project, the lifespan of the product, the individual, because if it's water and sanitation, if it's piping and the technical specifications, I can tell you the lifespan of the pipe, the pressure of the pipe, whatever is. If it's brick and mortar, if we move from 42 cement to 32 cement, we are having a building construction problem. So what are the actual specifications that were not met? Because therefore there is a application. Have you done a investigation or commenced a investigation to determine the impact of the technical specifications that were not met. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabotja, a member of this committee. Chair, in annexure, it's annexure 70, there are two sets of letters. One is signed on the 20th of August 2024, and it's signed by the acting HOD, Mr. Mashal. The second one is signed on the 11th of November 2025 by the newly appointed HOD. The letters, the content, it's the same. The only difference is the dates and the signatures thereof. So now, Chair, I am taken aback by this. The letters are directed to one Mr. G. Odenda in the AG's office. These letters are informing the AG that you are wrong, in a nutshell, if I'm to summarize the letter. They are saying to the AG, you are wrong, because I think the AG was maybe making an allegation that you changed the rules of the game in the middle of the game, which is not fair. So now, the department is saying, no, the AG is wrong, and we don't know why AG has not responded. We thought this was a new matter, so now I see it's from 2024, Chair. So, I just want to say to you, Chair, that, you know, in the AG has never misled us. Since our interactions with them, they have never misled us, and we believe them very much. But we want to say, we don't want to have this uncertainty. Can this matter be one of the matters that are resolved? This is actually a hanging fruit. Can this matter be resolved so that we can know what is what? AG is saying this, the department is saying this, so now we are caught in between. So they need to make time, sort out this matter, and then give us an update, Chair. Now, the other issue, Chair, I don't understand how would my agent fail to honor and take instructions from me. I mean, if I tell him Vola or Chief, I want a JBCC by Friday before 12. If by Friday by 12 Mvula has not responded, then there is a problem. It means one is not taking the other serious, and one is the Mureki, one receives the man. So, Chair, I asked the question earlier on about the relations with Mvola and whether the relation it's a very good relationship or whether it's an abusive relationship. But the sense I got is that it's a very good and healthy relationship. It's still in honeymoon phase. So when things are in honeymoon phase, we are expecting that we would not get such weddings in our documents. Or these ones are failing because we're expecting or there's harmony in this relationship, Chair. So I'm pleading with you, Chair, that the department, can they please in future, I think we'll take it for now, but going forward we would not accept such type of weights in our documents. The last issue, Chair, is that there are certain officials that are identified. But what authority do you have over those officials? even if let's say they've done something very bad, what authority do you have over them? You don't have it. I'm not sure if these are Mvola officials. I'm not sure how you guys can go and deal with them in terms of your processes, but I don't think you have got any authority over them. Therefore, we would not want to hear things that the responsible officials are people of Mvola. You are shifting goalposts. Yeah, we must be told the responsible official is the HOD. We want to deal with serious matters. We don't want to deal with sharks here. We can't be referred to some junior clerks there in Mvola. We want to deal with real people here. So, Chair, I'm saying this, it's seriously a serious marking. Bashifta blame, but more department. So, Chair, now, if maybe we can get clarity from this, then we'll see if to whether I still have a follow-up question. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm looking on the official one.
Thank you. What you are saying is correct, because we expect the accounting officer to take action against any official at depending on the taking decision on them. So ultimately, if the BEC and the BACs were not disciplined in any way, the supervisor or the in charge,
yeah, must take it.
if he failed or she failed to take decision,
yeah,
on top of that supervisor and failed to take decision on that one, until it comes to the CFO. CFO, if he fails to take decision on the director responsible for procurement and what. And if the CFO fails, and then the HOD does not charge the CFO, then the MEC must charge the HOD.
Okay. 100% here. That's why I said. Who signs off? Who signs off?
Who is the last person?
Who signs off?
Who is the last person?
Let me see.
Who are the signatures?
That's this one too.
And are they not supposed to have one official in that committee of There should be one official.
That's what we want. So if one in the middle is breaking that particular chain, must be dealt with. And if you don't deal with him when you're immediate supervisor, then you must be dealt with until, if the MEC is not dealing with the HOD, the premier will deal with the MEC. And if the premier is not taking action again, the president will deal with it. So there is always a level of accountability. And if at one stage we break the chain, then we will have this challenge. But the other thing that I've noticed is the no consequence management.
Yeah.
At all. We don't have anywhere where we have discipline anymore,
Warning
other
letter.
than those letters that you
Warning
sent
letter.
without acknowledgement. I'm not sure if maybe you have returned them yesterday and just put them in the file because they were not acknowledged. Secondly, non-compliance. Non-compliance. Procurement management is not there. You can see in all instances, like these things that are there as responses, they are not responses. This is what was supposed to be done, and this is what was supposed to be known by any employee who is employed in this sector. So to say we are going to do what? To apply the PPFA formulas. Why didn't you do it in the first place? When were you aware that there are those formulas that you are referring to? So the issue of non-compliance MEC, I think they are going to deal with this department for a very long time. Remember, somebody was saying, how difficult is it to get clean audit? And I said, get clean audit is very, very, very simple. It is even more difficult not to get clean audit. If you understand me. Because if you don't, if you are not getting, you struggle with so many wrong things. But clean audit, you just have to do right things, and right things are there, written in black and white. You just have to, it's just compliance. You comply where there are irregular, which maybe are not avoidable. Then you write your story, you submit what is supposed to be submitted, you disclose where there is a regular expenditure, you follow the money, I mean the wasteful, fruitless expenditure, you follow the money, you retrieve it. Where it is not retrievable, you follow the correct procedure, return of recovery, condonation, all, you know all those processes. So can you say that is very easy? But if you have to write these stories to say we'll do this, well, they are there. That formula is there already. So why do you write it as a solution? It has been there. It's not that you have not indicated it. As for the Mbula Trust, Mbula Trust has become the elephant in the room, and all of Mabuda has indicated from my assessment on all these things that we
maybe invite them to
the department, ISA for now louder, Mbula Trust. That's my summary, based on the assessment. And Mbula, and there's nothing that you can do. Because you wrote letters to say, give us measures to deal with it, they never responded. You wrote another letter to say, come up with a plan, they never responded. So it means they are undermining the department. They are undermining umbrella. And you can't leave this thing as is.
What is the
There's nothing that, I mean, we can't sit here and complain about Mbula Trust, which cost the department so many millions, and then we think it's business as usual. No, it can't be business as usual. They must come to the party. And I think as Scopa, we must have a resolution. In fact, does not need a resolution. We must just call them to say, can you respond to all these letters that the HOD from the Department of Education has written in terms of coming up with measures to help all these issues. And because you are an agency, you must be reporting, you must be given proper reports to the Department of Education. Otherwise, we are going to start with agency for a very long time, making progress and not being able to deliver services as expected. So, let me see, I think there were questions that were raised. Some of these issues were just comments. If you can just respond.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mabungule Rule Ramakanya, MEC of Education in Limpopo. Let me welcome the questions that are in relation to question 7. I'm going to request the HOD to lead the team in responding to the questions. HOD.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. My name is Maropen Sushibe. Can I request Ndate Malaji, Ndate Mashaba, and the CFO to respond to some of the questions? I'll take the last.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure. I think the question I'll respond to is in relation to the question asked about whether the contractor in this case would be able to deliver in terms of the actual technical specifications. The issue we're having here is more around compliance to procurement. And as if you look at it, it doesn't really delve into the functionality issues. The technical aspects obviously would discuss them when there are issues around functionality, but this is more around administrative compliance. So it does not really talk to the ability of the contractor or the service provider to deliver. It talks about compliance to administrative requirements. So we, according to
Compliance is inability. Non-compliance is inability. You can't not comply and be It means if you don't comply, that shows a functionality. I just wanted to do that so that you don't if you can't comply, you are unable to implement what is right in terms of the regulation. It's inability. Just want to put it on record.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can continue. You can continue.
Oh, can continue. Okay, thank you. No, I thought we're still taking a bit of a break. Yeah, I am looking at, I'm speaking to two different issues. The question that the honorable member asked, it's about the delivery of work on site. And the question I was answering, I'm actually looking at the issue, paragraph 34. It talks about issue and inability to adhere to advertisement periods, and it talks about bid administration processes. It talks about the issues of checklist. So the reason why I was focusing on that is because it's more administrative. Remember, when we evaluate tenders, you've got the first phase, which is more administrative. But if this issue was talking to the functionality part, that is where now you are talking about the ability of the contractor to deliver on site. So I was just responding directly to the honorable member looking at this. Thank you.
It's from the first person on the doorstep or as the department. It doesn't matter whether you're administrative. If the fault is with the capturing has to follow certain processes and procedures. And if it is flouted there, it's still not acceptable. So it means there must be somebody who is making sure that it is done correctly and done at that level. Because we don't only focus on the service provider, we also have to do our own oversight on internal control at administrative level. So that is why I say, if you could not comply, whether you are a clerk or you are a receptionist, if you are not complying, then you can cause the whole department to collapse. Yeah, I think if we have dealt with that, we want to finish in the next 10 minutes because there is a city.
Sure.
We are left with only one question.
So it's clear that they didn't answer the full question, and maybe in writing they would come. Because the BE, the two committee members here, or the two panels here, it's not clear if it's Mavula and which person in the panel is the Department of Education. Because there should be one person of the Department of Education, in my understanding. And then you asked also directly, who signs off after this recommendation? It goes to the DDG of something. And from the DDG of something, it goes to the CFO to sign off, and then it goes to the HOD. So there's a value chain of people that is accountable towards that, Chairperson. I would ask that that would be in writing to your office, please.
Yeah, no, it was actually around that. And then, Chair, I wanted to contest a notion that says, or it was just this, I forgot the way, but Chair, remember, what we are striving for is a clean audit. And the moment we start making excuses for people, then we must just forget about that clean audit, because we know we'll come back even next year, come up with an excuse, and then we know that Scopa would accept any excuses. So Chair, I want to say it on record that we are not going to take such type of high school mistakes. We want actual, factual statements. And then the other thing, Chair, that I wanted to just highlight is that maybe next year, actually not maybe, next year or next time when we meet with the department, the HOD must no longer delegate everything. Some of this thing really needs attention, because we are going to deal with people's opinions here. And then the opinions are not going to assist us in executing our job. So the HOD must not delegate further. Thank you very much, Chair. But if they can just clarify, who are these officials? Are they from VOLA or are they from the department? That's what we want to know. If they are from VOLA, then it means it's chai for us. We can't speak for people of that we don't even know.
Is it the department of the BC and the BBC, are they departments officials?
Someone answer.
Page 500, is it 017? 15 of 19. Page 18.
My name is Yvonne Matabata. The officials are from Mvula.
All of them?
Yes.
So why haven't you got someone from the department there?
Yeah.
We must ask the service level agreement to be given to us.
So you can see when you are doing travel as an example, if you don't see it, it's fine. But from our understanding, you can see because of these agencies, because of the internal control deficiencies, indeed MEC, if we don't use these steps, we will not produce, or we will not do what we would like to do. But please, in your submission, the service level agreement, and also a clear plan to say, based on what have been discovered from this hearing, we want to correct a sort of a plan to move forward and to move towards a clean audit. But it must concentrate on correcting the challenges that we have identified. Because if you can't correct, you can't go on. If you can't correct, you can't go on. And if you fail at corrections, then it becomes a business challenge. So we believe that in our next engagement, it will not only be on resolution as the resolution is saying, but we need to make a follow-up on whether you are on the right track or on the right track. So on the last question, question 8 on material rights.
Thank you very much, Chair. From paragraphs 47 to 61 of the AG's report, details of the contract entered into between the Department of Education, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and the principal contractor are provided. The department did not ensure that the project was adequately safeguarded after the contractor was terminated and the security company left with the contractor, leaving the assets unprotected, which resulted in damages to already completed work, which will need to be redone. The non-compliance has resulted in material financial loss of 3,412,247 for the department due to theft and vandalism, since the facility was not safeguarded as required in terms of Section 38, subsection 1D of the PFMA. The accounting officer was notified of the material irregularity, MI in brackets, on 20th September 2024 and invited to make a written submission on the actions taken and those that will be taken to address the MI. The accounting officer responded on the 21st of October 2024, 30 October 2024, 18 March 2025, and 20th May 2025, and the following actions have been taken to address the MI. The investigation by the Risk Management Unit is in progress. The final report will be issued by 30 August 2025 and will include a comprehensive analysis of findings and integration of the statements obtained. So far, 2 sworn statements have been obtained from key officials and 2 are still to be obtained. Investigation pinpointers have been identified and the evidence collected for analysis. A. Provide a detailed report regarding this matter, outlining the process made in the implementation of the recommendations from the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. A response from the MEC. We are aware, MEC, that in the next few years will be done, but we must also do justice to this issue.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabungule Rule Ramakanya, MEC for Education. I was hoping to swim under your protection that when you apologize if we are late, you also include me. So just for protection that I'm here without pressurizing that we don't do justice. We have received question 8. I'm going to request the HOD to give response. The first response in relation to the question HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Maropin Sishibe. In terms of question number 8, our response is as follows. The investigation is complete and the report was finalized with recommendations and referred to employee relations for consequence management to be effected, and the report was signed on the 25th of September 2025. The update is that the employee labor relations recommended that the matter be reinvestigated as there are gaps identified regarding the amount, and they will be able to do the implementation of consequence management. If I may just add, this is one of the cases which I had also said we will require to have a session with the AG, because one other issue that I've just emerged is that there is a security company that is now coming forward to say the department is owing the money over this particular project, and we're discussing that issue with Public Works so that we can see how to reconcile our completed report with this new emerging letter of demand. Thank you, Honorable MC.
Thank you, Chair.
Quick one, very quick one. Chair, thank you, Honourable MEC. Just maybe for point of clarification, I'm just used to that a chief risk officer within the department does a report normally. I just look at the person who did the investigation is called a corporate investigator. I'm trying to understand, I'm just trying to understand the terminology in it, because later on, when the recommendations were signed off by the head of the department, it was also signed off by Director Risk Management. So I'm just, please explain me that process. That's all, Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. I understand that this issue has everything to do with Lemana. And that's one project that has been, I think, MEC, it's one project is giving you sleepless nights. But I hear that there's a security contractor that is demanding certain payment from the department. I just want to check You have reported that there have been some vandalism and stuff. I just want to check, when did this vandalism and theft and whatever happened? When did it happen? Was there security on site? And then we see that the loss amounts to 3.4, maybe now it might be even more. Now, what was the responsibility? What's the responsibility of that security company when it comes to providing security for our infrastructure? And then next thing, our infrastructure gets vandalized and stolen. And therefore, he comes later to come and claim money. So, what are your rules and policies saying in that particular aspect? Because if it was my home, Chair, I've got security at my home, they come and steal. It means it's that security company that stole, and their insurance must pay for whatever that has been stolen. So now, we should be speaking, they should be telling us as to how are they going to remedy that damage then, before they start telling us that we owe them. So maybe they were terminated and then there were thieves that stole after their termination, or maybe that that vandalism happened when the security that we were paying. So that's the clarity that I seek, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Mabunguli Ruli Ramakanya, MEC for Education. I think we want to acknowledge the questions, and as indicated, the matter currently we are dealing with it, and also against the claims that are being made by the security companies. We are busy with it. I think we'll then have to give you a detailed report in writing, so that then we can get the correct dates in terms of when were they inside and all that. And also it will be moving the same time with the consequence management and the disciplinary processes of the officials that are supposed to be responsible for this process between us and the Department of Public Works. The corporate officer is part of the risk management section. Okay. So when you send an official to do investigation, when they come back, they will then give it to, that's why the second person who recommends is the supervisor in Chabele. So corporate, it's just a title that is used on the junior officials in the department. Hey, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. But the last thing that I want to talk on this question of a material irregularity. Remember, the Auditor General has been given power to declare the certificate of debts if the issue of material irregularities, the processes are not moving, no action is taken. So this one we must make sure that we take action as required. So even if we are asked on the progress, but we must be at least be we must be able to show that something has been done on this one. So we must, and even on other issues as we are closing. So without any waste of time, because we are under pressure, but I believe that members have asked questions and they were sufficiently responded to without pressurizing you of the time. Maybe let's go back to the question, to the agenda. We were able to exhaust number 5 and number 6, and number 4 and number 5. Number 6, as we were presenting, we were making recommendations. And those recommendations, we expect that during our quarterly meetings where we track the resolutions, please come up with the responses. We said there is no consequence management. It looks like you have some letters somewhere in the cupboard, and we just take and give people without disciplinary hearings, without taking very decisive action against those implicated, without recovering the money. Because what we want most is that money that we have lost must come back to the coffers of the Department of Education. And there's no way we can succeed if there's no proper consequence management. But of worrying is that there is no compliance. There is no compliance. And you can even see with your responses that this is malicious compliance. You are just saying going to Scopa and then we just give information and then pay. So it should not be like that. Let's account and fully account and give account of each and every cent, each and every incident, each and every action that we take, and we must be consistent. Some of us, we don't forget. We know that what you said last year. So when we tell a different story this year, we become very surprised to say, and what is this now? So let's just be consistent and follow these activities as they occurred from 2014 or even from the previous years that are not even mentioned in terms of the resolutions. At least take us through, take the public through to show that we are really serious in ensuring that we want each and every issue settled. We want each and every cent and issue to be accounted for. There's no use to come and spend the whole day here, but we don't tell each other the truth. It will not assist us in any way. It will not assist the department in any way. It will not assist the public in any way. Let's be honest with our challenges. We know that there are challenges with the department. Let's put them on the table and see how we can help. And we are still calling on the provincial treasury and the AG. Let's support education. Education constitutes more than 50% of the budget. And if we can't get education and these other big departments right, it means we don't account for the part of our money. If we can get education getting a clean audit, we know that we'll be at 90% even for accounting on the budget. If the budget is announced as whatever billions, we must be able to account for each and every cent. And half of those billions will be in the education. So education must improve its accountability. Our officials, MEC, must be honest with you so that you seek assistance. I remember without wasting time, on the section 100, to say because there is a complaint that other documents are not, can't find because of those challenges. Then, like I mean last year when we recommended, go out there and ensure that you write these letters to indicate that there are certain documents that we don't have and we tried everything and can't get. So, but as of now, we still have questions with the section 100, but we believe that is a process matter. And then in the next meeting, let's give us the real progress. Progress is not progress. Let me see. Progress is not progress. Progress, it says, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, I am left with 5, 6. That is progress. So if you're just writing in progress, you have not said anything. You just wasted ink. So without any waste of time, can I get AGS just to summarily in 2 seconds, because by 6 o'clock, even though we don't want to rush for 6 o'clock, but if it is possible, if it can just summarize, we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair, also Honourable Scopa members, and also my MEC, Honourable my MEC. The whole day, Honourable Chair, shows you what is the important role that Scopa is and can also then play
in playing to be able to ensure that there is a clean administration. And we can also see that Scopa has done also justice to now all the questions that also have been asked. Sometimes it was hard questions, but now also at the end, Honorable Chair, it also shows us that now justice has been done by Scopa in your oversight role. Then lastly, also Honorable Chair, it is also our commitment from the side of us that we also wanted to see that now education is going to get a clean audit, because then it will also serve as now evident of a clean administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provincial Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members. We have taken note of your comments that we need to assist the department to get better job done. We are making that commitment, and it's part of our audit strategy that it's one of those departments that we will continue to support. Just to say to you, Chair, that we have also during lunch agreed that going forward we will make sure that even in terms of going forward, we will assist them to package it better when it comes to the committee, so that it doesn't cause the frustration and the confusion we have seen in the morning. So lastly, Chair, I think between Treasury and the AG, we just have to sit and find mechanisms of how do we deal with the issue of the writing offs by the department, and how quick can we look at the letters from the department and be able to give a proper feedback. Because if we have to come to Scopa every quarter and we're waiting for the AG audit that will start in February or in March, it might be some delay. So we need to, just at technical level, Mr. Odendar, let's sit and agree and see how best can we deal with that matter, so that when coming here, the department can produce proof that they have voted something on the website. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. Let me, on behalf of the department, appreciate the engagements that we have had. And like you indicated, we have got a new problem now of the floods with schools that are behind, and we can assure Scopa that we'll try our best to deal with the catch-up programs and also deal with the infrastructure issues, but to take this time to appreciate the discussion and the leadership that was provided and all the inputs that we got from the committee, thanking the support that we get from Treasury and AG. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. And number 9 is the way forward. I think when I was talking to the resolutions, in the main, most of the things were directed to the way forward and where we want to go. But there's one issue that was not mentioned that will require MEC to check the progress in terms of the cases that are with the Hawks, so that they must be brought to finality. We had the meeting with the Hawks, the SIU, the police, and everybody within the circle. So there are cases that we feel that from the department we must be able to push. Maybe they will assist us in terms of recovering the money. And the other thing, Honorable Chair, we really appreciate your presence and your contribution. The reason why we invite the chairpersons of the portfolio committee is for them to come and witness what we are confronted with. And remember, we only meet practically the department once a year. And then you as the portfolio committee, we are able to interact nearly on a quarterly basis. And it's the portfolio that must be able to assist, because you are the first line of defense. By the time the auditor releases the audit outcome and we call these meetings, the damage is already done. And we usually say Scopa is a post-mortem committee, and the portfolio committee must go with the department, check their compliance at all levels. At every quarter, you must be able to check, so that you will be able to say that Scopa raised the issue of compliance. Let's, as the committee, focus on that. A consequence management and performance information. You know, they give information that is, I usually say, is skewed. When something is skewed, deliberately you don't want to put it straight, or you don't want it to curve, so that it covers you both sides. When we say this is not straight, you say no, it is a curve, and when you say it's a curve, no, you say it's a straight. The answer is so if you or the boozer can be used anywhere that favors you. So in most cases, the information is not just outright clear, and we need the improvement on that particular issue, and we want you to assist in that regard. So we want to thank you very much. We believe that every interaction is a lesson. And we believe that today you have learned a lot, and going forward, you must be able, in fact, you must be able to correct. I will repeat, Chair, what MEC, what I'm always saying. If you fail as a learner, fail a test, I don't have any problem. The only problem that I'll have is when after failing a test we do corrections and we still fail corrections. Then there are serious problems. So some of this exercise that we are, and even the advices that we are giving, we believe already we are doing the corrections. And as and when we are expecting on quarterly meetings for you to have corrected and then you still fail, then I think we will take further steps, and in this case, the consequence management on the accounting officer and the executive office authority. And we believe that you can't fail. You can't fail because non-compliance is deliberate. If you want to do things right, you do them right. And we are saying go and engage your team, their subordinate, that things must change. We must do things differently so that we lead by example as education. So we are saying we thank you for responding to our questions. We also thank the AGSA office for coming and guiding us, the provincial treasury for guiding us and for always being with us, the representative who is representing the portfolio of education, honorable members of Scopa, the staff, legislature, and staff, political parties, our councillors from district, Skukune district and Fitahomo. I see others because they are from far, but we are honored that they were here. And one member is still here. We are looking forward to learn something from you. And without any waste of time, we are looking forward to meet you somewhere in March. So go and start implementing. While you are still having this thing fresh in your mind, start to come up with a document. And indeed, packaging of a document was a crisis. That is why at one stage I felt I'm lost, but I was able to brought back by honorable members. So thank you very much, everybody, and I hope I thank everybody. As we are going to item number 5. Honorable Smile.
No, we've got
if you are my learner, you will always not go to lunch because once I conclude my lesson and you stand up, I say sit down, you are not going anywhere. But this meeting has come to its logical conclusion, which is item number 10, go well, and we believe MEC, I think we will request this venue to be available for those who want to connect, because it's 6 o'clock. We need just to connect to the. If it is possible that we can.
Oh yeah.
See outside. Yeah.